What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
Welcome back, everybody. Back in the saddle again. Or at least as best as possible. Let's get to rocking and rolling on this sucker and get more of it built today. We're running out of time. Oh. I'm pressing F instead of E. As per usual, getting used to another game's settings and controls. Not this one. This is not accurate. This is like day 100, I don't know. Or 100 days. We we did get a sprain and a break our last time on. So last time we were here, we were putting these support structures in for the middle of the build. And today we're going to do what we can to get the head built. Get the mic moved over there. All right. But in order to get the head built, we're probably going to have to trial and error a few things. So get on up here. Oh, and before I forget, see if I could do all this at the same time. One-handed. I could do anything. Okay. Let's make sure I get that onto Twitch as well. Okay. So if this is the jawline, or the neck going to the bottom jaw, we're gonna want to get this solid, which means I gotta go and I gotta get as much steel to fill this middle part. So we want to make sure it's supported with steel all the way up for everything that's going to be built out horizontally from it. What do we have on us currently? We have concrete. Okay, and let's do that. Making sure my weapons are all reloaded in case I have any issues. And we haven't had any activity here. All the ammo's in it. Damn it. I'm gonna keep pressing F all night, I just know it. Too much Power World, I guess. Okay, that's repair steel, 7 bars. Okay. Dump chest. Yeah, let me finally unlock this. Put that up just a second. It'll take me a moment. Okay, nothing in it. That's funny. There's the steel. Okay. Yeah, because I remember Blue Joy was putting steel together for us here. Alright, so let's get 1,000. Oh, and open up the doors since we're here to work. How much gas is left? Oh, not bad actually. Okay. So, all's well. I'm not sure why I was doing steel on those others. Well, I think just trying to keep like some structural integrity, I think, on the inside. I don't think it really matters. It's so interesting to like gauge that out. Yeah, we got to make sure. I'm wanting to make sure that the block on the inside here is steel. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix all of that. Yeah, because I upgraded both sides. Well, best I check now than later. It's still one of those things that I don't think we're 100% on as far as the weight physics go. Is if this is all steel going up, but like one row is concrete, does that steel block at the top still have the correct weight, vertical weight hold that it would have had? I mean, there's one way to test it. But now it's also almost kind of like the principle of the thing. If I know that that's concrete, that might bug me forever. Okay, what's going on here? There we go. Okay. There it is. Okay. I was like, where was it? Oh god, we have to do the same thing there. Okay, this we drop down to a mid-level here, in between levels. Oh. Oh, maybe I did already do these. Best to make sure. Yep, okay. Oh, let me get my bot going here too. I had a Windows update completely screw up my system, so I had to reconfigure audio for the stream and a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. That should be it.
It's Britney Spears!
There we go. Alright, so that appears to be good to go. Those in. Do not upgrade to steel. Oh, that's right. We put a ladder there for getting to it that way, too. Why is there damage here? Interesting. Bosmir over on Twitch, how you doing today? Good to see you. There we go. Like momentary lag in the game had kept me from upgrading. That's funny. Yeah, let's wait. Where am I going? Here, okay. Got lost in his own museum, eh? Been a while again. Yeah, man. It happens, though. It's all dependent on everybody's schedules, right? Doing great. Doing pretty good. Fatigued as always, but doing good. Alright. Let's grab another 2,000. God damn it. Well, we're starting off today well. Let's see here. Notepad. ThunderCats Lair file. Alright, that is 6 sprains. And counting. I never did update the list to be sprains, breaks, and deaths, but we'll get to that at some point. Oh, I don't have a cloth on me. I'd make a splint on me. We got some down in the infirmary. There we go. Dexers, what happens when Batman forgets to pay his electricity bills? A dark night. Seems legit. How you doing, man? Good to see you. It's a dark night. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, we never even got the steel, did we? Yeah, 2, so 2.5. Doing really well. Good to see you. Thanks, man. Yeah, good to finally get back on again. It's been interesting. Two, three. Let's see how well our 2,000 steel gets us here. I could actually do the math and know how much I need, but read about it. All part of the project. This build is getting humongous. Oh, yeah. Part and partial why it's not done yet, but we're not going to go into that today. I'm committed to finishing it, and it might mean right up to the last day before this server gets wiped and restarted, but yeah, today we're going to, I think, make the most significant progress as far as visually how it looks. Yeah, with the head and the chest sections. But what that requires is for me to get the steel all the way up the front so that we have the strongest vertical blocks to do horizontal support coming out from it. I was just saying earlier before you guys got on that probably doesn't 100% mean that we have to have steel going all the way up, but I think it's the principle of matter as well as structural integrity. Like, is it important just to have the steel block for the block that the blocks come out from? Or is it important to have that all the way up, going up to the top? Being that we're going to be having, like, a chest. Well, you can see a little bit of it here. A little bit of a chest part, and then the neck and the head. It's best not to take that chance to just upgrade everything to steel. On this section. Everything else in the build could be concrete. So last time you were here, you were doing the foundation. Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten as far as I got if it wasn't for the folks that were helping me dig out the mountain and get everything set up. So, you know, thank goodness they helped me with that. No, only the block it attached to needs to be steel to gain the value. Okay, so me upgrading all of this to steel is probably irrelevant. But again, it all depends on how much is protruding out. Like, the chest is going to come out this far, right? You know, so it's just like with everything kind of connected and attached to each other. That's why I was just like, just make it all steel and just not even risk it at all. I've got enough for 34 more blocks, so likely I'll be going back for at least another stack. Dasha.
Game we saw, we kicked its ass.
Yeah, boy. Dasha coming in for that 67th month in a row for a tier 1 sub. Dasha, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Happy Sunday morning. Oh. There's a level up. Seven, 8, 9. Okay. Alright, so we come back to floor 6. How am I feeling? I'm alright. We push on, never forward. I don't know, you guys could tell lately I'm just kind of sick and tired of being sick and tired, and sick and tired of it always being the conversation, but I appreciate it. Thanks for checking. Yeah, lately I've got some things I'm still trying to sort out. Again, what I'm going to be doing for streaming, content creation, everything like that. And I hate to sound like a broken record. But being a little bit out of commission lately, I haven't even had time to sit and think about what I'm trying to work on these days, so it's getting kind of frustrating, to be honest. I want to get some more forward momentum with the things I want to accomplish in life. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. I was like, wait, did we go to the right floor? Okay. So we've got steel going all the way up. True morale. For me, streaming is what got shoved off my list of things to get done. I'll get back eventually, but sometimes life takes over. It does. I'm sick and fucking tired of it taking over. You know what I mean? I want to do this shit. I want to stop having other things. Wow. Okay, I just got really worked up there. Sorry. What's the modern way to, I got triggered. Holy crap. Sorry. I'm sick of starting and stopping, and this fucking build is seriously the epitome of that in my life. All the things that I've started and I've stopped. And again, like yeah, this has just been like the most frequent example of me doing that. And you know, I'm trying not to let it get to me so much, but it is. It's obviously is, right? Yeah. And where was that last block? Is that this? Okay. Whee! Oh crap. Gotta make sure I grab the right one too, or it's gonna get rid of the pillar instead of the block I want to get rid of. I get to see Mika and the grandbaby tomorrow. I'm psyched. It was supposed to be today, but snow. Oh, I hope you get a good visit then. That sounds great. Yeah. And I mean, that's part of, again, I'm looking forward to seeing my kids in June, and somehow, some way, making that all happen and work. I've got a lot of money to save up and put aside and to earn by then if I can. So that's kind of one of my other small stresses right now, is I'm wanting to make sure I get to get to my oldest daughter's graduation and see her get the start of her life going, and then, you know, check up on my twins and see how they're gonna do, because they're gonna be graduating high school next year. So you know, it's back-to-back years, and you know, I wanna kind of be able to sit and spend time with them and just talk to them heart to heart, like what do you want to do? What do you want to be? What's going on here? You know, and what can I do to help? And that's been a frustrating and a heartbreaking thing lately for me. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mm-hmm. Let's just try to get up here enough to get this started. Get it started in here. All right. So I've got a interesting schedule tonight. If it wasn't for the Windows updates I had, I would have been on at 4 p.m. I seriously, between like I kept running like is it my game that's not making sound? I was switching between like Pal World and 7 Days to Die and Overwatch and stuff like that. I was trying to see like what was going on, and then of course like trying to take a break from frustration with the audio setups. I went in and I played a couple games of Overwatch, got some frustration out there. But yeah, I finally figured out like what was configured wrong. Again, it was a Windows update and there was a Elgato update, I think. Between them both, the oh shoot. No, I know what we're gonna do. Okay, before we work on the front, let's work on this here first. But yeah, there was a Windows update and there was an Elgato update, I think, and so when I got the all the settings realigned, and there's still something messed up with my my Elgato mixer. And so I need to kind of go back into it again. Right now I have everything fed into an auxiliary channel and not a gaming channel. The mixer has like a gaming one. And I'm wanting to separate a lot of that stuff so that I could do stuff like at some point when streaming or filming, I could have audio on different layers, and so when filming specifically, if I had the audio on different layers, I can specifically say, okay, let's take that out, or let's increase the volume, decrease the volume here for in-game sounds versus me talking. You know, I want that capability to be able to do all that. Let's go. Oh, do we still have steel on us? We do. Okay. Here's what we're going to do before we do this. Alright, so come back to here. So we don't accidentally upgrade stuff to steel that we don't want to upgrade to steel. We're going to put the rest back. I'm going to take this and put it here. So that's repair steel. Oh, Dexter's, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Sorry, I saw you said at Dasha, so I wasn't reading into you guys' conversation. Yeah, I hope you get something, man. Yeah. No, you know we got you in mind, man. Get that job, get back in there, and you'll be good to go, right? Tremel, I have the Wave mic and Elgato mixer. In theory, it's a great idea. In practice, it can be difficult. Yeah, I think for me, it's if I was messing with it every day, like not in a frustrating way, but like if I was specifically tuning and adjusting and whatnot, I would have it down as in this is this part, that is that part. You know, what parts do you adjust in the Elgato Wave mixer? What parts do you adjust in OBS? Because that was the other thing. I was used to Streamlabs desktop, and it's not too much different from OBS, but it's different enough that I think OBS has some extra fun stuff to it that I just have to start, you know, plugging into it and learning myself. You know, I paused because I was like plug-in. You know, the people talk about plugins for games or for programs. Anyways, so yeah, that's stuff that I need to kind of sit and do. But it's like it's yet another thing to sit and learn and do, right? Dexter's that's it, man. I'll get there, I'm sure. You got to hang in for longer, for a while at least. Yes. And I mean, as frustrated as I am with my own thing that I got to hang in there a little bit longer with, not to equate, but just as a you know, a social comparison. Yeah, it's frustrating, but you know what? ultimately, I think in the end, I know, like in some of these cases, delaying gratification for the things I want to do is going to continue to be better for me. Whereas, yeah, like if I, in my case, for my situation, if I allow my frustration to take over, then for me, it's going to wipe out like the last several years of the work that I have done. So I think you got the mindset. I think you're there, man. Just keep plugging away for sure. OBS is way better. It's been feeling way better. I mean, I have not had the frame drops during streaming. Everything being a program on the computer versus, I think it's a little bit web based with Streamlabs desktop, right? The delays in doing things, functionality isn't as delayed. So OBS, everything I do with it is right on the money when I try to do it. Now you guys notice that I still got my Streamlabs bot going though. I haven't had a chance to overhaul the entire bot system, so I kept the bot. And like there's times where that will delay. Ultimately, in the end, it's super awesome that we have this, these programs, these things that we can do at home, that we don't have to work for a big TV studio in order to broadcast something somewhere where people can watch what we do. So, that's where I'm grateful for that, at least. Oh. Sorry. Not going to talk about what I'm looking at on my phone. I really should get back. Damn it. So I reinstalled Tinder after like 2 years of staying off the app. I went ahead and started it back up again. I don't know, maybe Valentine's got to me this year. But I told myself 6 months. I got like a 6-month subscription to it, and I'm just kind of like, okay, if I don't get just a damn coffee date, just something simple where you sit down, it doesn't even have to be someone that like works out at all. It's just like it's just a simple sit down coffee date with someone. Then it's like, I already believe, online apps and stuff like that are mostly bullshit when it comes to dating, but the other part of it is I think I'm just wanting something that is completely not what Tinder or OkCupid. What's the others? Hinge and what's the one with the B? Oh, Hive? I don't know. I just don't think like I fit the formulaic stuff for that. Aside, and then the other factor is that there's a bunch of bullshit fake accounts on them. But you guys have heard me complain about that before. So I'm going to complain about it again. What? I'm kidding. Get back to chat here. So over on Twitch, OBS is fantastic. It's easier over time. Then they do a major update. Yeah. Like any program, right? We get used to the stuff and then they change it. Dexter, now man, do so well. It's hard to see it when you're in it, but I do look up to you, brother. Oh, thanks, man. Come through a lot. Keep chin up, as the Brits say. Indeed. You keep the chin up so we can keep the chin wag, right? Isn't that the other term? Yeah, man. I will never fully give up. That there are just gonna be those days where it's just so frustrating, and most of the time this past week I haven't streamed was because I just haven't felt good physically. For those that don't know, I ordered a steak dinner for myself, had it delivered to the apartment, and the meat was bad. I got about 4 or 5 bites in, and I'm just like, just God, something just isn't right. And I've always stuffed up now. Like ever since I moved to Georgia, I've always been stuffed up. So like my smell hasn't been there. And of course, I had COVID back in October, so I don't think my smell's 100% returned from that either. But yeah, man, I was like, the taste. I'm just like, is this meat gone bad? Did they cook meat that went bad? And like within the hour, I started sweating. Because I stopped eating. I wouldn't eat any more of it. I was like eating the rest of myself, my mashed potatoes, at least get some food in me. And sure enough, yeah, I was starting to get that clammy feel and sweats and stuff like that. I was like, God damn it, I got food poisoning. And thankfully it wasn't severe because I think I recognized and stopped it. But so I got sick on Valentine's Day. It was sick enough that I was just clammy and not feeling good. And so the rest of the week was just feeling lethargic and miserable. And then last night it was just kind of soaking in the not feeling well mentally, just like I just kind of taking some time for me, watching some movies, watching some YouTube, catching up on some YouTube stuff and whatnot. Mild research. I did do some streaming and content creation research at least, because I had to look up a few things I want to work on. So yeah, I mean I press on ever forward. It's just I can't deny that it's just like there's frustration there, but then I don't want to necessarily stream frustrated either, right? Yeah. All right. I'm back to chat here. Mr. Whiskey, hey, yeah, it's been a long time. How you been, man? Dasher, good to hear. Need to get back on that horse. Yeah. No, yeah. I'll tell you guys again, like I've never been a full-on quitter. Like I always just kind of get right back in on the things that I want to do. But the problem is as a streamer, as a content creator, or someone that's trying to entertain and do stuff, I very obviously lose audience by doing that. And again, it's we jokingly said a couple of years ago, was it Crimson and I were talking, and and I'm just like I feel like I'm Mr. 75%. I get everything up to about 75%, and then something happens. I have to work overtime. I get sick. Some other problem has to get resolved, and I have to. If you got a problem, we'll solve it. Check out the people at TJ resolves it. And that gets frustrating too, because then I obviously lose viewership numbers for a while, and I have to bounce it back up, and it's one of those things where like I'm very grateful to not be like at 1 to 2 views for streaming, because this tells me that a lot of you guys do tend to come back eventually and check out my stuff. I greatly appreciate it. But I'll be honest, like I said this, I think the last day I streamed, whatever that was. I've got to work on changing something somewhere in what I do, though. Oh shit! Did I just? I don't know. I did something. I got to start changing something somewhere where we start getting just a little bit more entertaining. We start bringing in more audiences, more chat to not just Twitch, but again, as a reminder, we are broadcasting on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick right now. And while I appreciate like Dasha pulls up all 3 of them, I definitely don't, and I don't expect you guys to do that too. It's just one of those things that I'm trying to hit the variety of areas. Someone had asked if that's what's burning me out, and it's not really, because once I'm live, I'm live. It's on all the platforms. I don't have a large audience on YouTube and Kick yet, and so I'm not stressed by trying to go around to all the chats. So it's definitely not, multi-streaming isn't a stressful thing to me. And it's not a, overburdening type thing. It right now it is just there to service 3 different platforms of broadcast. But eventually, if we do work hard and we do, we is all of us, the community, if we work hard and we get a lot more people in, we get a lot more chatter going, eventually that does mean I'm not going to be able to keep up with all the chat. So, that's kind of that catch-22, right? Because I love chatting with everybody. I love reading off the chat. You guys know I've been doing that from the get-go for, it's got to be 6 years next month. By the way, we did just pass the 6-year anniversary of me playing 7 Days to Die on the 15th, which was the other kind of disparaging thing, is that I didn't get to do a kind of a celebration of that. We're going to combine it all on the March 15th streaming anniversary for Twitch, and with that we'll do a couple celebrations. I'm going to do a couple giveaways too. We'll make a thing out of it, and it's going to be a subathon as well. And I think we're starting on a Friday, so there is a chance that if you guys want to burn me out, save your subscriptions in March for that weekend, and we'll add it to the subathon. See how it goes. Mr. Whiskey, doing good. Sorry, Dasha. No, I didn't get a refund on the meat. I got like a $5 credit from Uber Eats. I called the restaurant at least, and I told them like, "Hey, the meat was bad. Can you check Can you check the rest of your meat? Check the rest of the meat just to make sure." And then they were like, "Did you contact Uber?" I was like, don't worry about all that part. Yeah, Uber gave me $5 back. My point is I don't want other people getting sick if that's the case. Mr. Whiskey, doing good, thanks. Must have been looking after the puppy. Oh, that's sweet. True Morella, but we went up to my dad's house on Valentine's Day, stopped at a local homemade candy place. Ooh. Got him a small box of his favorites. Thought he was going to cry. Oh, that's sweet. And yeah, Mr. Whiskey, I thought you said he had a Chihuahua before. I miss my long haired Chihuahua, Moki. It was one of those unfortunate during separation from my wife. We both couldn't keep the puppy, so a friend of ours took her, and it was a good friend that the dog absolutely loved. So I was like, okay, you went to a good home. Yeah, 2 of them. That's right, Ruby and Gemma. I like the name Gemma. The actress Gemma Chan. And Gemma from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dasha, you've been following for 5 years, 6 months, 4 days. Heck yeah, man. So, excuse me. So it'll be 5 years, 7 months. So 3 months after I started streaming. No. 12 months in there. Yeah. Yeah, 5 months after I started streaming. When you first came in. And then Dexter's within a month after that. Yeah. True Merrill, 4 years, 1 month. Nice. Yeah, Dasha. Yeah, we were asking on another stream last week, I think, and I think you were busy working though. But yeah, we're curious about your follow age. Yeah, I'm trying to remember like that first 5-6 months of streaming. That was kind of a exciting and stressful kind of thing. Because I wasn't necessarily expecting to like make money streaming, but it was there. Obviously, everybody thinks about it when they're going live. And there was somebody else that I was kind of befriending a little bit around that time who I think had lost their job, and they were like, "That's it, I'm going to stream full time and and be at home and do. And I'm just kind of like, but like we only get 1 or 2 people watching our streams. How are you gonna do that full time? You know, like it didn't compute, and I don't know how he's doing these days. I hope he's doing much better. Obviously, 6 years later, but 5.5 years later. Your father-in-law's chihuahua is definitely not house trained. Oh no, and he's too old to deal with it. Oh boy. Oh man. So you guys, I don't know if you noticed, but yeah, like my hair pretty much came right back in, obviously, aside from the balding spots. But yeah, I can't believe like how fast it grew. I'd say it's 1/4 of an inch already. Someone was asking before if I was gonna keep shaving it myself to keep it down. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna completely Salt Lake City punk it, but it was kind of fun to get that that kind of haircut for a change of pace. Got some dedicated members here. Heck yeah! Now you know I always look forward to you guys. It truly is the 10 to 20 of you that have made a pretty good core group for my stream. Have any and all of its substance that it even has in the first place. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I remember you hardly talked in the beginning. We broke ice. We're talking about Red Dwarf. He hadn't been here ever since. There you go. As I built the Ghostbusters, but yeah. Oh. So speaking of which, has anybody found the Ghostbusters firehouse in Alpha 21 here? Like, I haven't gone through the files yet either to find it. I wanted to find it in a random gem, but they showed it on one of the dev streams, and I haven't seen it in game at all yet. I fear haircuts in a salon. I'm afraid that I'll walk out with a middle-aged woman hair. Oh boy. Yeah, I keep it simple. The stylist I go to is pretty cool dude. Yeah, we end up like talking about like his boyfriend or husband. I can't remember if he's married. We talk about him like because he and I have that like the similar hair loss thing going on and stuff, and so we're gonna do a hair cream here soon. I mean, just real quick, it's like one of those things where I was like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and try to save some of it, and then if I can't, well, then we'll just move on, and I'll continue to just accept that I'm losing hair. But yeah, so yeah, we'll talk about stuff like that while I just get like a simple haircut, shampoo. You know, I don't get too complicated. So this was the most I think I ever got complicated on instructions, and I told him, like, you know, let's go ahead and go with a hawk, you know, short like the faux hawk that I was having occasionally, but you know, down the middle. But I told him let's completely shave down everything, and he did the "Are you sure?" a couple different times to make sure. And so that was super awesome, you know, to make sure, you know, like this is kind of a big deal. I was like, no worries, because twice during the pandemic, I had buzzed my hair, all my hair off with the clippers that I have at home. But you know, you can't 100% get everything in back, but I did it good enough, I think. And some of you guys, I think, remember that a couple times I did it, even though I still put my baseball hat back on. But yeah, this time it was we went down to skin, and we went ahead and nice and smooth, and that's that image I keep once in a while using on some of my thumbnails. And yeah, I mean, God, my head was cold for 2 weeks. but it also felt good. Like I felt like I could breathe better too. Please do not do the comb over. That hurts worse than the baldness. The what? Oh, you mean like comb over to try to use hair elsewhere to oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize what that was when I first read that. No, I mean the funny thing is like initially when this guy was cutting my hair, he was kind of doing that by the pull from the back kind of thing. And again, doesn't matter your political alignment when I say this, but it's just like I felt like I was trying to be like Donald Trump, and I'm just like, no, we're not doing it. I can't stand that look at that hair, and so so we got away from that, and just kind of started merging towards having a faux hawk where I kind of still leave like the top as a little bit of the longest, and then the sides stay short. And it's kind of been growing on me as far as like my own personal enjoyment of my hair, how it feels good too. And so yeah, so I ended up having them start merging that. And so for the past, I think, year now, I've had that style. The thing is like with the stream and kind of a little bit like even like with the backdrop I've got behind me covering the in-game chat here, you know, you don't really see the hawk part of it, you know. It almost looks like I'm doing more of a oh gosh, does Jimmy Neutron or I forget which characters have like just this little little wisp. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see where things go from here. Guy at work has to come over only because wife doesn't want him to shave his head. Oh man, I think 99 out of 100 people will tell you just shave your head. but I mean, ultimately, it is up to the person, right? What they want for for themselves. You know, if what they want for themselves is to visually be attractive around people, not just for romantic reasons, but just social reasons. You know, sometimes that means not doing something like a comb over. You know, I mean, we all do it though. We all kind of like say, you know, like, God, why did this person pick that style? You know, like, have they looked in the mirror? But ultimately, I think we've all done it. We've all done something that, you know, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I distinctly remember getting frosted tips on kind of a spiky front style hair, like something out of the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, you know, in the early 2000s. And I quite enjoyed it, but, you know, quite honestly, it very much showed that I was trying too hard to have something trendy or whatever going on. What was the other band? You're my butterfly, sugar baby. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my butterfly, sugar baby. Music.youtube.com. Crazy Town. There we go. Butterfly by Crazy Town. You guys can't hear that, right? I hope. Nope. Okay. Such a sexy, pretty little thing. And I don't know the rest of the lyrics. Thanks, Dexter. Like, Dexter, you understand what I'm trying to do. Not broadcast. So true, my son started losing his hair at the end of high school. He tried all kinds of stuff, then just did a buzz cut and owned it. But he has a magnificent ginger beard. Oh, no, right on. Well, and that's the other thing that frustrates me is by the time I actually started growing beard hair now, it's gone gray. And so it doesn't look thick at all. And I can't grow up the cheek here very well. Like I just trimmed it today because it's just annoying when it's patchy. And so it's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, it's so frustrating that I can't grow a thick beard. So I kind of look like I'm a little bit of a, I don't know, a little dark here. Keep forgetting like which way the camera's facing. But it's like mostly gray here. And so yeah, it's like, yeah, thickest thing I grow is a mustache, but I'm not doing only a mustache. My dad does only a mustache. And it works for him, but yeah, it just doesn't work for me. And then a lot of you guys freak out when I completely shave, so. Being an older gent and having full head of hair annoys a few of my younger going bald coworkers. And, I mean, that's just the thing. It's like we're all different, right? Some of us get to keep the hair, some don't. What bugs me is like the inevitable Robin Williams, rest in peace. The body hair part. Like, okay, like you're telling me I'm losing hair up here. It's a good thing to talk about when a raid comes in. You loosen hair up here, yet like you get more hair down on your body in other places, right? Raiders, welcome. Vinny the Hitman, how you doing? Come on in, pull up a chair, sit back, relax, Raiders. And Trubel, sorry I didn't see you over on YouTube. Thanks for going over there as well. Getting a SO going out here for you. Boom. Last doing 7 days to die as well. How's it going for you guys? What kind of 7 days you guys playing? Hey Dexter, you're saying I do love singing the wrong words to the same tune. Oh man, it's one of my favorite pastimes is just change the lyrics. I know we all do it. Yeah, change the lyrics to a song. Going good, man. How you been? Pretty good, pretty good. We're coming along here. I'm getting some back end structure areas here, upgraded to concrete. Then we're gonna be working on the front chest you see on the sample image here, or this example right here. Another reminder to everybody, we were going to do this version, which has the cape and cowl over the shoulders. I'm not going to do that anymore. We're just going to stick to this version. Like, a little bit of a shimmy. A little bit of a shake. She's beginning to shimmy. She's beginning to shimmy. She's beginning to shake. She's beginning to shake. Striker, 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 striker! Ted Striker? Sorry. I don't know what it is, like all of a sudden I started thinking about Airplane 2 and William Shatner also.
It's an entirely different kind of flying, altogether.
It's an entirely different kind of flying. Oh, goodness. But yeah, Vinny, so you're doing Twitch integration. I'm going to be getting back to that after the ThunderCats layer is built. Turn off the image. Saturdays were my Twitch integration days as well. And we would do like 4 hours of Twitch integration. Then I would move over to this public server and work on some of my builds. Actually. There we go. Okay. So, real quick pause on that conversation. So I let the YouTube music keep playing after I played Crazy Town Butterfly, and it moved over to Linkin Park in the end. And you know, you don't stop Linkin Park when it's on, so I kept it going, but it's like blasting in my ear. So I go over to the volume bar on YouTube Music, and it's like at 15-20%. I'm like, it's that loud at 15-20%. So I just put it down to like 2% or something like that. So I got to figure out like why that web page plays audio so much louder. Actually, speaking of Wave Mixer, what is my Chrome? Oh, right, just my headset. So yeah, so I play that on a Chrome tab, and it only feeds in through my headset. Doesn't get broadcasted, so I don't get DMCA stuff. Oh wait, no, we gotta go up. Where you going? I'm going up, and I paid for it too. Oh yeah, let me since you guys came in, let me take a pause here, and I know it's stormy, wintry here, but let me try to give you guys a visual here. So this is the front end of the pause here. Oh, nice. Last Resort by Papa Roach just came on, and I just walked off a ledge. And Tank, hey, how you doing? Good to see you too. So yeah, you can kind of see how large the build is. Oh, we got to upgrade the front too. The front upper arms. Okay, make sure I'm not missing some chat. And yeah, Dasha, Weird Al. Yeah, that's why Weird Al's like my favorite. Which, if you guys are following me on Twitter, if you're not, you know, twitter.com/Greg Scott Bailey. I don't know what the whole X thing is. Which is funny. We still tell people go to twitter.com/our name. But yeah, 3 a.m, I hit this weird insomniac thing with this whole past week and stuff like that, not feeling good. And I started up all the Weird Al Yankovic polka mix songs. It's like 8 or 9 songs, you know. It's so fun. And yeah, Vinny. So yeah, this is a 5-year in the making kind of situation. I've tried a couple different times over the past few years, past few alphas to try to do it again. But I initially started in Alpha 16 when I first started the game, and I got to the head. I started working on the head, but it was too blocky looking, right, from our old blocks. So now that we've got new blocks in the game as of Alpha 20 and now Alpha 21. We're gonna work on today. We're actually gonna work on the head today as well. I just need to keep getting the front of the body of this upgraded to at least concrete. The very center going up the neck is steel, so that we have vertical support going out, and we'll go from there. All right. Boom. Oh, plus, if I can do this right. Boom, there he goes. Another follow for you, Vinny. Okay, so let me scroll down, chat. We caught up, Twitter, it was and ever shall be. for again, like we're not going to get too deep into it, but for whatever you think about, as the snow gets even thicker, for whatever you think about for Elon Musk, the one thing I definitely don't think that he thought through is just like when your audience just does not accept name or brand change. Do you keep being stubborn about it, or do you go back and return it to being Twitter? Besides, again, you know, everybody goes to twitter.com/whatever, or twitter.com to get to the site in the first place. Like, it still doesn't make sense to a lot of people. So yeah, I keep calling it Twitter. Enjoying watching the base go together. Thanks, Tink. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is the rough part because I want people to see what's going on. I want to see what's going on. we don't want that leg break to get up any higher. It's gonna be inevitably going higher again. I'm sure we're gonna break our leg at least 1 or 2 times tonight. So pretty. It's been a while since I've been here. Followed years ago, but haven't been on Twitch much till recently. Good to see the progress. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for coming back. I was gonna say, yeah, your name looked familiar. Thanks for following, man. Really appreciate it. Oh, hey, yeah, my pleasure. No, it's what it's all about, right? We're trying to make it all work. Yeah, I'm triple streaming. I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube now. Whenever I stream, and I haven't really thought of anything I would do where I would exclusively do one for a day or something, because of everything I do, I might as well stream on all 3. So, but yeah, so we're getting all the back end support here upgraded to concrete, and then the last stream we had the structural the structural part put in, so this has to be upgraded to concrete as well. What's our Okay. Just seeing how much concrete I got on me now. I've got to work on we don't have to worry about it this weekend, but this week I'm gonna have to probably get some more concrete mix going. The chicken. Oh yes. Sorry, I know it's doing a random ad break right now. That'll stop at the top of the hour, you guys, which is coming up. So yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me at all or not. The subscribers can hear me, but YouTube and Kick folks can hear me. Boom. Alien Ant Farm, Smooth Criminal just came on the music. I think that would be cool. I think it'd be cool, like, if at the very least we could, like, display, like, this is the song I'm currently listening to. I'm sure there's a way, right? Great song, heck yeah. But yes, this is Cluck Norris. I'm babysitting him for the admins on the server. Yeah, this is not my server, but it's one I enjoy going to. So I had to fence in over there. That door is there, it just isn't loading in visually. It's not rendering in. See, this is scary. Like, there's times where he gets up on top of this thing, and I swear he's gonna jump over here and come to me. Yeah. But we've had Cluck Norris here for about 3 or 4 weeks now, real life time. So he's gotten out a couple times. Had to make the fence down below a little bit larger. Tremel, I've seen that done display what the streamer is listening to. There must be a mod or a plugin. Yeah. Look at his health. Yes, 454,884 points, yeah. It would take a little while to grind him down. Oh. What's the name of this song? Nickelback. How You Remind Me. Yeah, I've been wrong. I've been gone. But yes, Cluck Norris is the chicken we're babysitting right now. It's almost like that school homeschool, or what's the home economics assignment. Take care of the chicken for a week or something like that. A week is turned into like 4 weeks. Wonder how many feathers. Yeah, dude. Hey, to be honest, that would be a good point. Like, if a server wanted to mod in giant chickens like that, make them boss level. Make it take forever to get them. But like, make the return like 300 meats and 300 feathers or something like that. Which is funny, if you try to do it early game, you end up using 600 arrows to get 300 feathers. So I was having a little bit of taunting and teasing fun on Overwatch earlier when I was taking that break and exerting some frustration. And I was asking people genuinely, but slightly trolling, in chat during the game. This is, you know, comp game. I've been playing comp now and not quick play, because at least comp should, go put the quotes up, comp should get me match made with people on my level. Should. Less people are smurfing. Or cheating. And so I was asking everybody, again, genuinely, you know, like who's into Dua Lipa? Because I was listening at that time to Houdini, and I had previously listened to the song from the Barbie movie, and Levitating is the one I always start with. I've been really digging that stuff. We were talking about this several weeks back about me trying to find new music. It's not quite the...
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Did you see it? What was it? We got it. Oh, what is it? Will there be any more of them? Now, sir, what you have there is what we refer to as a focused, non-terminal repeating phantasm, or a class 5 full roaming vapor. Real nasty one, too. Dasha, oh my god. Dude. I didn't see that that's what was coming in. Dasha giving, was that 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Folks, let's get some love in chat for Dasha. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Boom, I get you the hype, boomstick hype, right? And yeah, True Brawl, I'm gonna have to look up a plugin or something that will make that work. Vinny, you gotta be lurking. All right, thanks for bringing some folks in. I really appreciate the raid. I hope you have a good rest of your day. If we don't hear from you, we'll catch you on the flip side, all right? Oh, see, I know what it really was. It was like, Dasha was like, okay, Greg's gonna start talking about Dua Lipa. Quick, let's just distract him. Here, I'll gift subs. Thanks, man. But yeah, just real quick, I was bringing that up, and someone was actually like getting frustrated that I was talking about Dua Lipa in the chat during a comp game. So I kept going. And it was frustrating. It's just like, stop typing in chat. And I'm like, why? Like, why are you reading it? Why don't you worry about healing your teammates? It was a Moira. Ultimately, we did lose the game, though. To be quite frank, but it wasn't because I was chatting. it was a pretty close match. They switched things up with we did attack first. It was a push payload. We got all the way to the end, and then when they did it, they completely steamrolled us. So they had like an extra 2 minutes longer on the next attempt than us. And yeah, ultimately they ended up winning. So it's good fights, though. I mean, no, they're assholes, and they were most likely cheating. Yes. But yeah, I don't know what it was. Like, I kept bringing it up, you know, and he's like, bad taste in music. I was like, whoa, hold on now. Just because you don't like it. Dash, you gotta have lunch with your kids, gotta switch to lurk. Thanks so much. Again, thank you for the support, man, as always. And again, for so many, for 5 years, 5 months of support and counting, right? Thanks, man. Enjoy your lunch with the kids. I think Korn just came on, but I can't remember the name of this one. It's not Freak on a Leash or something like that, but I hit these waves of nostalgia music listening, I guess. So even earlier today, I was listening to Well, okay, so I put on Live to Rise by Soundgarden. For those who don't know that song, it is the song in the end credits of Avengers in 2012. And it's a good song, but it's like, it gets overshadowed because of Alan Silvestri's Avengers theme and a lot of the music score for the movie. And I think other than using like AC/DC and whatnot for Iron Man as some moments, you know, of him coming into scene or whatever, they haven't really like used a lot of rock or whatnot in the Marvel movies since. So I kind of miss out on that. Now, Guardians of the Galaxy is the exception with the awesome mix songs that they have in there. So that's probably why that always like hits a special place in my heart every time I watch the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Speaking of which, we were talking about Deadpool 3. So if you guys saw, Deadpool and Wolverine is now the title of Deadpool 3, and so Deadpool specifically is going to have Deadpool and Wolverine release date of July 26th. Hey Siri, how many days until July 26th, 2024?
It's 160 days until then.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
All right. Number of MCU movies. Hey Siri, what's 160 divided by 33?
160 divided by 33 is approximately 4.8484.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. So, oh, we did do the top of the hour break here. Let me take a break here in just a moment, but I'll wrap up what I'm talking about before I do. So, a couple different things I'm going to work on here. Again, this is all pending my job and how I'm feeling and whatnot. But we're going to do a Marvel movie rewatch, and I'll do a video recap for YouTube that we'll put up afterwards. But I'm going to start in release order. I'm going to watch Iron Man and then Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America, and then Avengers, and so on and so forth. I'm going to go in release order of all the Marvel movies. And just thought it would be kind of fun to do that. But I was telling myself I'd do that, but I was like, oh, wait, how many days do we have until until Deadpool 3 comes out? And so it looks like I'll be able to do it, I think. But then the other thing is X-Men 97's coming out, the cartoon. And so I feel like I want to watch those as well. And then I'll want to watch Deadpool 1, Deadpool 2, before Deadpool 3. That'll probably be the week before Deadpool comes out. Deadpool 3, Deadpool and Wolverine. So I'm gonna probably work on those. Just a heads up there. I'd like to strike up a conversation with folks about it as I go through them. But yeah, I think tomorrow there's gonna be at least 2 videos coming out midday and in the evening. Midday is going to be my rewatch of I'm going to start my rewatch of the ThunderCats, the 80s cartoon. You know, case in point, we're watching the we're thematically doing the build here. So I wanted to get into rewatching the cartoon. I do have season 1 at least on my Amazon. Oh, you know what? The server's going to restart in 15 minutes. Now probably 10 minutes. Yep, there it goes. There's the alert. You can't see it, but it's behind here. I'll do my break then. Hopefully we don't have another random ad pop up, because I want to make sure my ads are now top of the hour after this. Saw the advert for it. Was not into it. Felt cheap and not the same as the pre. Wow, really? You felt that way? Oh my goodness! No, I felt like we were right back into it. I felt like there's a metaphoric. It's been a rough couple of years for the pandemic, for the Marvel movies, and with Deadpool coming into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this is going to be that fourth wall break humor integration movie. I think event of the year. I mean, don't hold me to it, but I think honestly, I think Deadpool 3 is going to hit a billion easily. And if it's really great, 1.5 billion. Now the hard part is it's a rated R movie. Rated R movies up until Deadpool and the Joker, rated R movies have a very difficult time getting that much money because you can't have teenage audiences technically. They go with their parents, but it still limits some of the audience. If it's PG-13, it's always usually easier on the ticket sales. But I'm convinced that this is the movie that's going to do it. That's going to crack. Joker cracked 1 billion, but I have a feeling, yeah, this one's going to surpass Joker. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But yeah, I'm feeling completely different than that, Dexter. Sorry it didn't work out for you. Yeah, man. No, I'm very excited for it. Oh, look at that yellow. Oh, so scary. I feel like as soon as I place a block, it's gonna fall. I think I've got some steel blocks down below too. We'll bring them up here and we'll use them for the test. All right, since I'm not taking a break quite yet. Whew. Very scary to do a drop like that on a server where there's lag and delay. Oh, there's some more. More steel. Real steel. There we go. And I apparently had steel blocks already. Didn't realize that. But yeah, so Deadpool 3, that'll be the goal to rewatch all the Marvel movies before that, and then Deadpool 1 and 2, and try to get a video out for each movie as I recap and do it. I'll do a tomorrow's video, third video, if I get it done, maybe Monday, will be my my lead into video. Just be like a 5 to 10, maybe 15 at most minute video talking about how I'm gonna get this rewatch going. But yeah, so I look forward to that. I look forward to sharing my thoughts on the rewatching the ThunderCats. That right there is I don't know why I didn't do it a couple months back here when we started working on this build. But I think I mentioned it before. I'm grateful that I probably didn't try a rewatch because with all the delays we had during Christmas, the holidays and whatnot, me getting sick, between everything, it was just like, okay, well, where would I have had time to watch the show and sit and record it, the video I want to record, things like that. Ooh. Beastie Boys Intergalactic Planetary. Okay, so now that we've built out from steel it here, go and steel all the way out. When I stand on this block, it doesn't disappear. Thank goodness. All right, so we're gonna have to do what we can to try to shape this today. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, for those that don't know, basically you'll come out of the stair, you'll be in the head here, basically, right? And then we might actually pull the bottom jaw in one or two blocks, I might actually destroy these 2 blocks here, 2 rows of blocks. Because like if you even look up here on the sample, you know, the top of the maw of the jaw or whatever, you know, that's obviously out protruding farther than the lower part of the jaw. But the idea is we get the basics here and then we build from there. Like I might even we might get rid of this row here. Or I might do like a half block or a plate or something like that to make it thin, but we still have like a block here. And I'd say that the jaw looks like it's about 4 to 5 blocks tall. I don't know. Oh my god. It's like my YouTube music is listening to me. It just put on X Gonna Give It To You. Which is from not just from Deadpool, but DMX. It was in Cradle to the Grave, that's right. But then um it was thematically X-Men and Deadpool worthwhile song. Yeah. I love it. Again, this is the downside of when I do this for drawing streams. It's like you guys can't hear my music, but I'm excited when something comes on. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go lurk for a bit, Dexter. Eat shower and food. Might be back. Yeah, take care, man. As always, good chatting with you. Go, let it go. X gon' give it to you. Gon' give it to you. X gon' give it to you. X gon' give it to you. It's so funny. It's like I could just picture the fight between Deadpool and Ajax. As much as Deadpool made fun of Ajax's name, I actually did kind of like that villain. And I liked when he fought with 2 axes. Alright, server's about to restart. We don't want to get stuck somewhere where game registers, I'm there, but the blocks aren't there that I put. Oh, and I remember this song somebody did, Les Grossman, Tom Cruise's Les Grossman, dancing to it. Alright. Folks, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. A little bit long for my first break of the night, but it's going to give me a chance to do a couple stretches, get up. I'm going to refill my large beverage here. So give me 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
mocha frappuccino! Yeah! Yeah! Come on, man!
It's Britney Spears!
Alright, thanks for waiting, everybody. Storm, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Sorry about that, you caught me during the break. Let me, try to adjust my music, too. Music you guys can't hear, but music I'm wanting to listen to while I'm playing. My goodness. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Got the SO going out for you there. Cycling manager. What's cycling manager? As in bicycle? Ah, sorry about that. My audio was off. Sorb, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Say everything else I was gonna say. Welcome, come on in, pull up chairs, sit back, relax. Thanks for waiting, everybody. I think that Songify will do the what you want. Display the songs you're listening to. But then do you have to listen to music on Songify? I was like mostly listening to it on my YouTube music account. Ah. Nope, you can use YouTube? Okay. I'll look it up. That way, if I wanna do something like that down the road here, you know, at the very least. And I think we talked about it before, but like I thought it'd be cool if it'd be cool if you could specifically partner with a program like YouTube Music or something like that, or what's the other so now you mentioned Songify. Spotify is one of the other ones, right? Podcasts and music. It'd be cool, like, if you could partner with one of those where people could listen to the thing that you're listening to as a radio. And of course, yeah, if you're listening to it for free, you get probably ad interruptions, in which case they won't pause the song, it will put ads over the song, I think. So it keeps sync with the streamer. But then like that would be an opportunity to listen to what the streamer's listening to while also creating a like DMCA workaround where the owner still gets probably like ad revenue and everything like that, and the people still get popular modern day music. You know, as much as I do like some of the DMCA free selection of musics that people have, like Stream Beats, and then when we know other people like musicians like Dexter's and stuff like that, Ignis Music, you know, there's options there, and that's cool. But it's just like trying to ride those waves of something that you want to listen to at the time and not have to worry about getting the DMCA strike, obviously. Songify is just a display thingy? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good to know. Mucho apreciado. Do we miss out on Sorb? Okay. So again, structurally, I think... Oh, shit. There we go. Structurally, we'll say, if this is the back of the head, and that's the stairs, you know, we actually don't need... Because one thing I worry about is like how far back the head's going to start going and where it's going to start dipping down. So I think we're actually going to change this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Narrow. Right about now. Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. Yeah, see, we do it at an angle like this. I think that works. Stately, hey, what's up, buddy? What's been new? Oops. Check it out now. Dang it, I hit the copy shape one instead. I've been playing too much Pal World lately. Okay. So something like that, and then we switch into... Ooh. Alright, Horde Night the next day here. Damn. So in about 45 real-life minutes. Just backing, flying to Taiwan for a week tomorrow. Ooh, nice. Hope you have a good trip. Man, yep, Taiwan's one of many places I got on my list of places to go someday. Don't know if I'll ever get to that area of the world, but it's at least on my list. How long's the flight, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, so this should, for now, achieve the head arcing to the back of a neck kind of feel to it. 12 hours? Oh boy. I did back in 2007 trip to England, to the UK for 9 hours, and I was very fortunate that trip. The company I worked for put me in business class to get there for a thing we're doing, and it was first time out of country, and it was so cool, like a real fun opportunity. I was glad I took it. And so much so that we went back the next month for the finalization of the project we were working on.
Power of Grayskull.
Dorkster, what's up, buddy? England from here is 24 hours. Oh wow. Wait. Holy cow. Yeah, with my recent bout of claustrophobia, I don't know how I would do on that long of a trip. Um, but I'd of course love to love to be able to do some of those trips again someday. If at ever all possible, it'd be great to go overseas again. For those that know me, I've talked about I have a loose plan of a European 3-month backpack trip in the works that I've been working on for like over 10 years. The solid part of the plans haven't been worked on because I have to actually see if it's ever going to be possible before I start looking up hotels and hostels. Friends that I know that are in the UK, and a couple that are in like Germany and Netherlands and everything like that, who offered to put me up. So if all those things are still going to be possible when I do finally do the trip, then I start doing the hardcore planning, right? This much days in this city, this many weeks in that country, whatever. Things like that, I'll start getting into the more detailed planning when I know it's actually possible. And obviously I can't do that until my day job is no longer my day job. Well, I mean, we'll see. My flights this trip at premium economy, so not a total disaster. That's good. I definitely couldn't do cramped seating during that long of a flight. Yeah, I'd flip out. Either that or I'd take one of those like anxiety pills or something. Overnight flight, so hopefully you sleep a lot of it. I mean, that's the other factor. I have a hard time falling asleep 100% on a plane. I do the whole like head falls backwards snoring snort thing. And because I'm so consciously aware of that and slightly embarrassed that I might do it, I tend to not let myself sleep on a flight because I don't want to do that. Being like self-conscious about it. I'm not. I don't think I'm as self-conscious as I say, but enough to to still make it a thing. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Someone told me I should take like a boat trip over too. And I was like, well, it's like whether it's boat or it's a flight, however I get over, the accommodations, I can't be too cramped up. Or I have to continue to work on myself to kind of get over this, because I've always been somewhat claustrophobic, but I've never been so consciously aware of it now in my life until now. And, we all know that, if you're allowing yourself to be self-defeating, you're gonna what's it called? It's you're manifesting your own destiny at that point, or lack of a destiny. You're creating the difficult scenario just by thinking about it. You lost the game. That's been on my mind a lot lately too, is like how much I've already been, how self-defeated attitude has hindered a lot of what I want to do in life. But yeah, man, I think that sounds like a fun trip. And again, yeah, I hope to hit Taiwan one of these days. All right, how much concrete we got left? Enough for 278 blocks, I think. I'm gonna use that to let's upgrade these supports too while we're thinking about it. We don't have steel on us, right? Oh, we got 3 boxes. 3 things of steel. You have to have 10, right? Regardless, I don't want to accidentally do anything, so. Nice. Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit just came on. Oh, Drew Morel, you got me thinking about Songify more. I don't want to wait. Stream like a pro with Songify. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more. But options are always good. Dorkster, no, not out of concrete. We're almost done with this current batch. No, the stuff that Blue Joy brought over is here. We got this box left, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, and then cobble. About the same. But yeah, depending on what I do upgrade today, we'll see what the status of supplies is for the build. Don't let me keep you from logging on, obviously, but right now that's not a needed item. I'm going to begrudgingly do Fort for Horde Night, just so I can get it over with and get back to working on the build. Oops. Which again, Horde Night is in about 40-45 minutes, you guys, so we'll be taking care of that. We'll have another top of the hour break before then. morning time. Oh, Dorkster, did you say you are or are not playing Pal World? Thought I saw you in the chat for Power World on Skynet. I am, but I am not. Gotcha. I went ahead and jumped on the Kanto server and started doing some playing over there. And I might move my streams over to that game. We'll see. Was playing with Charge on another server, but they went back to Minecraft. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I just had moved my base. I set up we got the first was it Syndicate Tower or whatever, where you do the last tutorial. You fight Zoe and Grim. What's the? Anyways, the big yellow Pikachu-looking big yellow guy with the Gatling gun, Grizzsaw or something like that, right? So, for those that are familiar, I set up next to a whole bunch of mining ore nodes, but it's just too cramped for your pals, and since they haven't worked on pathing, it's a little frustrating to do it that way, to set up that way. So I moved to an open area now over by the Mossanda forest, I think. Fast travel. And again, this is just for people who know the game or whatnot. And got them all set up, everything yesterday, and I came back to check in on the game today. And all my pals, most of them were depressed. Half of them were injured in some capacity. And so I've got to do a whole bunch of medical stuff to get them all back up and running. So something happened while I was offline. I jumped over to my old base and then jumped back to this base, and there were Syndicate thugs there. I'm like, what? And so there was a big fight going on when I came back. So you've not been playing anything. My base is still in Sinho. Put all my pals away except ice type for cooling food. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing. I keep hoping they'll do work when I'm offline, you know. It worked at the first base, and I got something up to like something like 7,000 or 8,000 berries produced, to which I put in to be cooked into baked berries. They at least got that project done, but yeah, they stopped all production, so everything on my new base was barely you know, hardly any extra wood or stone had been made, so that's unfortunate. But again, I attribute that to just being part of it's early alpha. Also, they're gonna tweak and modify and update. They'll make things better over time. The only downside about having shaved my head the way I did is My head's been a little itchy ever since the hair started growing back. Need to moisturize the scalp. My YouTube music must think I'm wanting to listen to Deadpool songs, or songs from Deadpool. I was playing Salt and Pepper Shoop, which was in the end credits of the first movie. Torster, you're not playing to catch a ball or breed, just not your style. Oh, that's alright. Nothing wrong with that. I'm bouncing around, go figure, on different things. One, yeah, like, what's the next one I haven't caught yet? Kind of thing. I do want to try to breed and see if I can increase a particular type of pal. I was on the lift monk, or life monk, some people call, kick, where I wanted to make sure my life monk was as strong as possible, because when I use them for a submachine gun ability, it's just kind of cool to just like sit there, just like rat, you know, and you got the little thing sitting on top of your head when it happens. And then Mossanda, speaking of where I moved my new base, the Mossandas themselves have the whole grenade launcher thing going on. Vinny, so are you going off of memory, or did you have it already in the schematic? It's memory from a schematic I built. The easiest part, in my opinion, is the front paws, right? That basically I was saying, okay, if I use this many blocks to create this kind of shape, then we could extrapolate going back to the arms, to the steps and everything like that. And so basically that's what it turned into, was a way to kind of like back build from there on the size. Now the problem and difference is here is I still don't think I'm tall enough to make it look exactly like the ThunderCats lair in this image. But at this point, I'd rather just go ahead and get it done, right? You know, it's like there's been enough time, I think, kind of wasted over delays the last 6 weeks. So the overall goal is to get this son of a bitch done. and say that's it, it's done, it's complete. But yeah, so I mean that's basically what I did before, is I just kind of, I had a printout of that image that you saw. I had a printout, and it's still somewhere in my apartment. I don't understand where it went. Like, it was in my office for like the longest time. But and it was funny, like, of all the things that I found from my apartment in Seattle, because I had everything shipped here, but movers had to pack everything without me because of COVID. And my old friends, roommates, had helped pack as well. So not knowing where everything was, it was a hilarious scenario where I found the original sheet of paper, and I still haven't found like all this other stuff of mine that is in boxes I have to go through. But yeah, I found the original paper that I wrote the dimensions on, but now, like, when I tried to find it for this attempt, I haven't been able to find it. So yeah, so we just spent the first day of the actual working on the build, going over the kind of like the parameters, like, okay, this is how big the build's going to be. And then players like Dorster here and others had helped dig out the mountain for me. And so yeah, we got the spot that we're going to build in. I started laying down foundation, and it started just going from there. Oh, that's legitimately amazing. Oh, thank you. and you have it all hollowed with floor plans, I'll pop up when you aren't looking for it. Oh, it'll pop up. Yeah, sorry. So I'm my eyesight's getting worse, so I do apologize, you guys, if I read words wrong. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we'll finish it, and then I'll look over and I'm like, oh, there it is. That was the funny part. Is like it was supposed to be. I have like two L-shaped desk setups here to make kind of a U for my sorry, it makes me think of dodgeball. L for love. If you could dodge a wrench, dodge a ball. Anyways, my work computer, my laptop is on, you know, the right side here. All my main home computer stuff is here, and I got my drawing monitor off to my left that I pull over and I put in front of me when we're doing drawing streams. And like for the longest time, it was sitting over there right next to my work laptop docking station, and it's not there. So I'm not sure. Not sure what happened to it, but again, it was pretty cool to be able to just extrapolate. Now everything on the inside here is arbitrary, like the inside rooms and everything. That there was no real like specific rooms of the ThunderCats lair. When I initially tried to build this several times before, I just made what I called the Great Hall on these the first floor here for several floors. And all of these are going to be pillars, like actual round pillars. I'll show you what they're like over here. Now that Alpha 20, Alpha 21 has the circles, so it's going to be these shape blocks. Going all the way up, so we got to upgrade these blocks too. Yeah, I started getting halfway up there on that one. But yeah, so all the pillars will have this, so it'll have that Great Hall kind of feel to it. You know, when you say Great Hall, you want something like that. And then, you know, depending on how much time we have left, we'll go into interior decorating. The goal for me is strictly to get this, you know, that people come up to the place and they see that. So we're not too far off from getting there. Again, I don't know how the hell we're gonna do the head. When I did it back in Alpha 16, it was blocky and chonky, and while I finished it all the way up to the head, I didn't fully get like the chest and the back of the build done, so I didn't consider it officially done back when I first attempted it in Alpha 16. So this is me trying to officially finish the ThunderCats lair build. Nice. I do love what the fun pimps have done with the game. It's definitely come a long way. I think I'll have a lot easier attempts now. Yeah, this is supposed to be my last attempt. Like we said that in Alpha 20, and we got just a little bit further, not further along, but we got far along, but I got burnt out and other things came up back when I was trying to work on it in Alpha 20. And I was saying back then, this is the 9th and final attempt, and the hard part about that was I just was not satisfied. The time I was trying to do it, it wasn't the right time, and initially this winter was supposed to be a better time for me to do it. But I did take a week to go to my parents' place for the holidays, and from then I lost that momentum, unfortunately. And so it's just that was kind of disheartening, and then work's been busy, blah 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 blah, this, that, the other thing. But yeah, the conviction's there for me to get this done. It's just finding the time to do it. And I said I was going to do some of the work offline, and that was the other thing, is I didn't get things done offline that I wanted to work on either. So just like, inevitably, it never fails. Like something else is gonna delay me. But yes, I agree. I think the game just keeps getting better and better. I have a hard time understanding why the naysayers are constantly bitching about the game and the fun tips, because for me, it's nonstop enjoyable. It's just obviously there's other games I want to play too. Not just this game, but every time I'm playing 7 Days to Die, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. The Glitch Hunter, how you doing? Can't say I like the Dew Collectors. Like most don't. I'm fine with the Dew Collectors. Like, I wanted something like Dew Collectors a long time ago. But I would have been fine if they kept the jars as well, right? I think the hard part is inevitably, while food and hunger are your first week of problems, no matter how the Fun Pimps have structured the style of the game, food and hunger is no longer an issue after the first week, no matter what format of the game that I've played, at least since Alpha 16. So in my opinion, I don't think food and hunger is ever an issue after that amount of time. So the need to keep restructuring it, I can admit to, is a bit frustrating. Because at this point, if it's restructuring, here's of two minds. If you're restructuring because you think you have a different, more fun idea, okay, fine. If it's being restructured because you're trying to, again, add a difficult element to the game, it's not working when it comes to food and water, in my opinion. So at this point, stop restructuring that and stop worrying about that, because I think overall, no matter what you do, I think in a lot of games, people overcome the whole food and water thing in survival games within the first stages of playing. And then you want them to move, in my opinion, again, you want them to move on to those next stages of dangers, you know. And food and water becomes a mitigating task that I think... Oh. Were we out of our... Yep. We're out of our current stack of cobble and concrete, which means we add another 1,000 blocks to the build here. All right, so 38,000 blocks and counting. Let's go get another stack. And we're coming up on another top of the hour break. Just a heads up there, guys. But yeah, so let me look back to your chat here. Understandable, believe you get done. We all have things pop up in reality. Yeah, it's time. It's the sucker's got to get done. This got to be the last time, because big builds, I don't finish them, and it's becoming my legacy, and I'm kind of tired of it. Glitch Hunter, think it's silly that water doesn't stack in them. Yet they left yucca smoothies, and they don't need water at all. Oh yeah, like recipe items in general, right? Yeah. Vinny, true, I do miss the glass jars though. Made it easy to get water, right? Glitch Hunter, I feel like the argument that people were making thousands of jars will fix the issue if if I use a jar of water to boil an egg, make glue, they give me the jar back, so I don't need to make 1,000. Yeah, I mean, overall, back and forth on that system with the whole with everything. I think back then, I think overall, it's an attempt. And again, I don't know if this is 100%. I couldn't remember if Joel had mentioned this during dev stream. Joel or Rick, or even Lathan, Boobar, but. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and grab these out of here. I don't know why I was leaving them in there. Sorry. Finishing a thought. Okay, so we have 3 boxes left of concrete. Okay. That should be good for a while. A little while. And just a little bit less than a half an hour till Horde Night, you guys. Just a heads up there. Again, I'll be going over to Horde Night over what's called the Fort on this server, and we'll do that 15 minutes of Horde Night, and then we're gonna come right back and get back to work on this. But yeah, would you guys agree? Like in other survival games too, nobody really worries about food and water aspects after the first initial phase of the game. Like, I think Valheim could use a little bit of work on that note. The higher level stuff you make in Valheim should last twice as long, in my opinion. And like when you start getting all these ingredients to make this high level stuff, like the food health part of it, like stamina part bonuses, I think should be twice as much. But like I think the other bonuses that the foods give you are just fine, that they run out soon or something. I can't think of a current example, but like, yeah, I have like a serpent meat stew, you know. In order to get that serpent meat, you had to have killed a serpent out on the water, jumped out of the boat, got the meat, or if you somehow got it to shore, get the meat and the scales and the head, if it has a head to drop, a trophy. But you have to get that meat. You have to make the iron cooker, and then you put the other ingredients together, and you have to then cook it again as a stew. And so for something like that, that's a bit of an expensive grind to get that stuff. And then it runs out fairly quickly in the grand scheme of things in the game. The amount of time it gives you that food buff. Again, that's my opinion. Others might not think it's too quick, but it feels quick to me when you run out of foods in Valheim. Let's see. I feel it's an attempt to control us myself, and can only see that as the reason why I don't stack the jars of water in them. You must keep running back to empty them. What next? Cement mixtures only hold 1 concrete each slot. Well, hold, yeah. Well, I mean, survival games have that as an overall mechanism, right? You have to keep sustaining some things and keep progression going. You have to keep going back to these things you're working on. But after a certain while, some things, yes, do tend to lose their luster, their fun. If you're a late stage game and you're still worrying about stuff you had to do in the first week of the game, you know, playing the game, then I think that's a little bit of a structure flaw. I'll admit that much, that you shouldn't have to worry about the same things in late game as you did your first couple days of playing, game days. Oh, the cement mixers plus cooking, that reminds me of the magazines. Have to raid a lot to make certain things now. Yeah, I've been fine with that. It still does seem kind of odd to me. The magazines and books. Books we had before, but I treat it as the mechanism that it is of your character learning things in the apocalypse. I use it more metaphorically than it actually is. You know, maybe I learned how to do this thing just by trial and error and doing it, but metaphorically in the game, we read another 2 or 3 magazines to learn. So I haven't worried too much about that change. Most of the changes, I always tell people this, most of the changes in what we've lost, most of the changes have been more positive than the negatives of stuff we've lost, for my play experience. But I understand others, it hasn't been working for them. Let's see, but as things like the serpent food is OP, so they don't want it to last long. Water isn't OP, but it could be OP, right? Like, what if you do actually have like 100 things of water on you? You know, 7 Days to Die Vanilla doesn't worry about your weight, right? When you're carrying things, right? You could have a Jeep, a gyrocopter, and a motorcycle in your pocket and still be able to go places. So, you know, having 200 water on you, you're never going to be dehydrated for a really long time. So one might consider that OP because you're just not having to worry about it. So Glitch, don't mind the books. If you perk well, you could say get all the baseball books by day 7. I agree. So have the perk for first horde. Yeah. I used to always play strength and intellect build. Lately, I've tried perception, and it's taken forever to get your workstations. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, it is always a trade-off. Yeah, and then I mean, ultimately, just in the end, this game continues to still be enjoyable for me despite the changes. And I think I'm trying to think of like an example of something that a game just didn't work out for me. Oh, Back for Blood. We tried that out, and it was not working for me. You know, and it may be unfair to the developers for Back for Blood, but I did compare it to Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, and I was probably trying to get that experience back again with a new game that I was hoping would be smoother, more interactive, and enjoyable. As enjoyable, if not more enjoyable, than Left 4 Dead 2. And I was starting to kind of like the character system, but yeah, just something about it. The format felt like wasn't structured right, and like they rushed it, didn't think through the structure. And I don't know what it was, like it just did not work for me, and I hadn't really been able to 100% put my finger on it. You know, and I know these guys were apparently the group that worked for Valve, right? That did Left 4 Dead 2. So it's a little disheartening to hear that, you know, or to see that it didn't work out for me. But I think ultimately it's too, sometimes you're not going to repeat some of the nostalgia, because the reason some of that nostalgia is there is because of the just overall that's the way the when you play something or watch something for entertainment for the first time, and that you know, that's your first time, your first experience, and it hits you well, you're never going to repeat that again. That's that one time, that one moment, that something intrigued you, and you're never going to get that first time again, unless, you know, somebody wipes your memory and you get the opportunity to do it that way. All right, these are all upgraded. Bloody Scotty, hey, good to see you, man. True Morel, it's been fun to try the different approach, though. They still have mining OP, to be honest. Yeah, mine to sell a stack of stone for 1,200 dukes. Shh. Shh. Don't tell anybody that. Yeah, good way to get dukes. Sell your stone. Games, after all, are for fun, so do what you enjoy. In the end, that's what I'm all about, is continuing to play something you enjoy, which, again, 7 Days to Die is. Oh, speaking of food and thirst. What's that? Yeah, that first rush never peaks like that again for many experiences. Yeah. All right. Let's speak it of food and water. Let's refill. I had made some more stews. Okay, should do a thing of water here in a bit. We're good. Like right now, I'm the only one playing, so all the food and water is just for me. But you know, for the 5 of us I've been playing, you know, we had a good decent amount of stuff going on there. One of the dew collectors is damaged. And again, for those unfamiliar with this server, there are quality of life mods on here, so that's why I can have all these things that you don't normally see in vanilla, shelves and stuff that are accessible storage. Oops. All right. Again, too much Pal World. Visually, distance-wise, I'm running into things. Oh. This is not where the generator is anymore. Wee-haw. Damn it. Now that doesn't count as part of the build. Okay. Still plenty of fuel in it. Again, that's the other thing, is having one of these generators for a generator versus the vanilla generator. Okay, try to see chat here. 3 of you are with red letters, so my eyes are blending here all together. True Morel, Bloodiest Cody, and Glitch Hunter. Glitch Hunter, get a mixer and you could sell 3 stacks of stone and sand at the same trader for 7,200 dukes. Yeah, there you go. Blaze Cody, what's one movie you could erase from your memory so you could experience it new again? Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. As much as I'm always like about Ghostbusters and everything like that, if we're talking like theatrical experience, going back and like for the first time seeing it again without memory or knowledge of what it was before, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, extended edition, but they wouldn't play that in the theaters. Not that I know of. That was just a sprain, not a break. Yeah, I'm keeping track of sprains also, but I'm not working on my build, so I don't count that one as a yeah. Okay, we'll use one of the splints, because I've got medical, so I cure sprains with the splint. Anyways, until they stop sand stacking in a mixer, of course.
Orange mocha frappuccino.
Do the jitterbug.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Welcome, Raiders. Come on in. Pull up that chair, sit back, relax. How you guys doing? Did Anakin Skywalker come in with you guys? Because we were just talking about sand. Welcome everywhere. Holly, how the heck you been? Let me get an SL going for you here. Boom. Last doing Disney Dreamlight Valley. How's that? I was seeing that the other day. Oh, whoops. the notepad away. Holy cow, let me scroll up on chat here. House of Pain, Jump Around just came on. I like that. Kata Ember, how you doing? Dre? Flagrant Yeti Gaming, love it. Foo bar, excuse me, I thought you said foot bar. I was like, foot bar, what's a foot bar? Is that like what you rest your foot on at the bar? Foo bar, how you doing? Is it Danger Copter? Good to see you. I hope I read that. I'm horrible with elite speak. Oh man, it's coarse, it's grainy, and it gets everywhere. See, he knows up. Flagrant Yeti Gaming. I want to say the whole name. Flagrant Yeti Gaming. Uh-oh. What happened here? Rut-row, Raggy. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. We've had a breach. This is recent, too. I'll serve your ass like John McEnroe. Yeah. It's got some ammo missing. But only the one? It must have been just one, maybe like a mountain lion or something. And of course, it's despawns quick. Yeah. All right. Back to chat. Holly, doing good. Thanks for asking. And so you're enjoying the game? Nice. Love the DDLV. That almost sounds naughty. The DDLV. Sorry. I'll show you a foot bar. Whoa. Foot bar could go in multiple directions. This is true. Oh, although, why does it make me think of that scene in Christmas Story when he's on Santa's lap? How about a nice football? Welcome, recruit. Kata Amber, thanks for following. Folks, I'm going for 5,000 followers, so I appreciate we're getting there. Closer and closer. One day, I'll apply to be on the Fun Pimp stream team. And then, like, a month prior is when the game went gold. There will be no stream team anymore. But we'll get there. Thank you so much for that. How's 7 days going? Good. We're working on the ThunderCats Lair here.
Greetings, Starfighter.
Holy cow.
You have been recruited by the Star League.
Fubar now also following. Unlike that, Wilhelm. Thanks so much, Fubar.
Get ready?
You're helping me defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. That still looks off, doesn't it? Sorry, one shoulder looks different than the other from this angle, but I think it's just because of the angle I'm standing. And of course, the fog rolls in. Yep, so this is what we're working on for those familiar with the 80s cartoon ThunderCats. This is the build that I'm working on. Today, we're going to be working our way up to working on the head of the ThunderCats Lair. And while it is foggy out, the rectangle you see up there at the top, that is the bottom half of the jaw where the neck will go up to the jaw and everything. I'm probably going to pull it back 2 blocks so that the upper part, the upper lip, maw, whatever you call it, to the nose, will end up being that far out. I have steel going up the middle so we could have good horizontal support going that far out. Fubar, ThunderCats, ho! Oh, no, come on, Snarf. God, sorry, I'm trying to get back on chat. If I've missed something, please feel free to retype it. Holly, follow the man. Let's go. Is that go? But go. Sorry. Last Starfighter for the win. Hells yeah. Yeah, for those that are new to my channel, I have a video I'm working on where I'm going to talk about an idea for a 10 episode streaming series of The Last Starfighter that I have an idea for. And it's basically going to be my concept video of like what I would like to see. I don't expect them to to do what I want to do, and or you guys to necessarily like what I want to do. But I've still got to put the video together here. And yeah, it's basically it's taking that same concept of that first movie, but adding a little bit more of a Battlestar Galactica, Ronald D. Moore's Battlestar Galactica feel to it, a couple more modern day kind of approaches to it, and see if I can kind of get like a fun little twist on some things too. And yeah, I'll go through the video and I'll talk about what I'm wanting to do with it. Tremel, you're liking that follower alert? Yeah, I was glad to get a new one going there. We used to have the Wilhelm when he followed. I went ahead and I went ahead and took it out. I was coming across a lot of other streams that had Wilhelm as well, so I finally decided, okay, time to move on from it. This is vanilla, but it's a quality of life server. It's got quality of life enhancements. Storage items. Let me head on in here. Like obviously you can't get the outhouses in vanilla. It's part of the back end creative menu only. The server owners have what do you call it? Have items like the roll-up cage here. It was already up, but the server restarted, and so it forgot that it was up. Anyways, but yeah, so stuff like this, being able to put something like this in is server side, and server owners themselves put some fun quality of life stuff in here that where's the oh, I do still have it. No, there's the box. So Skynet creative decoration. And so yeah, so because I bought this out of a vending machine at the server market, I could have wheelchair, ember pile, rope. So there you go. If you wanted to use the rope for climbable, rope noose, clawfoot. So it's trying to make these things available to the players on this server. But as far as like the actual fighting and the parameters of fighting the zombies and whatever, it's PvE, so it's just versus the zombies only. All that stuff is still vanilla. Most of it for me too is the fact that like we've grinded almost it is 6 years. Sorry, 2 days ago was my anniversary. 6 years of playing 7 Days to Die. And if we played that long, we've all grinded so many times. So I like coming to a server like this where you don't have to worry about the grind as much. You can come in and you can play. You can do some of the things that you're wanting to do and not have to worry about going over the simplest stuff again and again and again. I'll catch back up on chat. Let's see. The outhouses sound like they belong in the back end, right? Yeah, I mean, it's true. I treated this like this workshop area kind of like a construction area. So putting the porta potties, outhouses, however you want to put them, putting them here for the workshop. And then, for those that didn't catch on, Cluck Norris. There he is. He, she, no. This is Cluck Norris. I'm babysitting this for the server owners. Skynet better watch for Terminators. I know, right? Sorry, Cody. I'm not. That's something you and I can talk about offline. I'm not going to talk about stuff like that over a stream. I don't have drama, but that just for the most part, that's me. All right, so who did I get a random invite from? Yeah, we'll accept it. Be there shortly. All right, so you guys came just in time. Horde night. We're gonna go to what's called Fort, and then we'll come back. Crap. I need to make sure I'm not mixing. We're keeping track of our the blocks that we upgrade. So I'm moving that stuff here. Now, I got random crap and stuff here that I just haven't been worrying about. Okay, we'll take some health. Although I've been pretty fortunate the last couple of horde nights, I haven't really needed too much health. No, I'm good on vitamins. We got learning elixir. I haven't even spent points for leveling up in a while because we've just been focusing on the ThunderCats Lair. Okay. Da-ba-da-ba-da. Which one is this one? Dr. Dre, the next episode featuring Snoop Dogg. I didn't expect it to move over to Dre and Snoop. Wow. Okay, let's head over to Fort. So the game the server has limited teleports, and Fort is a location that they built for players to go to. So when you type in chat /Fort, it'll teleport you here. So you can see a couple players already set up. We're gonna go up over here. Just repeat what we've been doing. Oh, shotgun. Bang. What's up with that thing? Da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, we still have 3 grenades left. That's cool. And if we need a nerd pole somewhere, let's make sure we're regular blocks. Holly got lurk? Alright. Off to go eat. Take out the makeup and everything. Love you bunches. Thanks for bringing some folks over. Really appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day. Catch you on the flip side, alright? But yeah, so we'll be doing Horde Night. And then we'll be going back to working on the build. For those that don't know, I've been working on this since I think first week of December, and the server owners tend to wipe and restart the map fresh every 3 months or over like now it's 1,500 days, like 1,800 days, 2,000 days, something like that, whichever kind of comes first. They weigh it out too, like, you know, if players aren't on the server playing, then they'll usually wipe and restart again, because that'll bring in folks that want to start fresh. You know, they don't want to be in when it's day 1,589. But yeah, so I started initially we came out of the server. I think I showed you guys. Where is it? Oh, now Corn Free God Unleashed is playing. We were talking about that earlier. So yeah, we started in the woods area to get leveled up, because if we're going to be building in the winter biome, we wanted to be able to have well-insulated things like that. So got a little bit of a lake property there that we initially was just going to be base camp, you know, it was like bedrolls, all the basic stuff, not even defenses, and it ended up being something fun that like Dorkster put into a defensive wall and build, and so the folks that were here earlier when I was getting supplies from there, that's where we were. And yeah, it just turned into something really fun and extra that we worked on. And so then once I leveled up, within a real life week, I felt I was leveled up enough to start putting more points into well insulated. I think I was well insulated 2 out of 3. We found the mountain spot. We're actually not too far from, yeah, ThunderCats Lair. So I found this spot, and we'll take a better look at it later if we can. If it's not windy, sorry, it's not stormy or foggy again. We'll take another look at it, and I'll show you guys kind of the area. But yeah, the bridge I started, I'm gonna kind of turn it so that it goes into the layer over here, and then I'm going to kind of have it go downward. So we're going to eliminate this portion of the bridge. And I'm going to build like a tower over here if I have enough time to do it. The main thing is getting the ThunderCats layer built. But yeah, so it's been coming along. Beginning of stream, we talked about kind of the frustrations. Oh, real quick, numbers. 179/549 3806. Uh-oh. Okay, there's my numbers. I'm at 14 frames a second. That's the other unfortunate part of Horde Night, is the lag drop. Uh-oh. Da-ba-da-ba-da. Oh man, they love me here. This needs to be fixed too. Man, why are they coming after me? Someone's throwing time charges? It's alright. Got a little complacent there, but... Rad Biker's my arch nemesis. I'm up to 30 frames a second, so yeah, that's the other thing. I wasn't expecting them to move again. I thought we were gonna get sluggish frame drop horde fighting. Up guy. La di da di da. The DOG. Okay. Yeah, legit was not expecting this actual fight. I thought it was gonna be easier. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be easy, did you? You know? I kinda did. Got abrasion, 4.3 infection. Uh-oh. That just happened. Oh, and I didn't take vitamins, learning elixir. Alright, there's a learning elixir. Got it on my left. Zombies to the right, here I am, stuck in the middle. Big Bill! Sorry, just glancing over chat. Thanks, buddy. Obviously, we'll catch up chat here momentarily if I find a window. Whew. It's Saturday night and the horde's out of sight. It's not like it's ladies' night, but oh yes, it's ladies' night. Multiple rad cops, yeah. For me, it's the rad bikers that really get me. They hit hard and they got a lot of hit points. But yeah. Uh-oh. Alright, we're gonna need some water with that. Click. Damn it. Fall back, retreat. Good to see you, Big Bill. You're no songwriter, but it'll do. There you go. That'll do, pig. Oh. So fun. Click. Every time. Oh shit! I keep forgetting that you can kind of get pushed off a ledge like that. Whoa, mama. Damn. Alright, let's try this again. Seems like an OSHA violation, no rail. Yeah. What is this? The spot where Han Solo died? Again? That gun breaks too easy. Oh, crap. I didn't realize they were behind me, too. Whee! They came from behind. Fall back and set up for your attack, bud. Lost Hyrie, lost Hutch. They came from behind. Okay. Now. Geek. Ah. Only thing I do take off of the dropship, nuke the side from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. A little bit of Ripley. Zombies can figure out ladders, but doorknobs gonna need some training pods. I think that's the whole zombie genre in general, right? Remember, like, the first episode of Walking Dead, Dwayne's mom, zombie mom, was trying to peek in the eye hole and was kind of trying the doorknob and stuff like that. But then, oh, demo, nice. I was like, wait, we haven't looked behind us in a while. Oh!
You can dodge your feet, you can dodge your ball.
What? Breaker. What's up, buddy? Pop goes the biker. And then some, right? Remember, a zombie cannot bite you if it doesn't have a head. Merch now available. Nice. Down with the Sickness just came on the music. And it's mixed in with the in-game music. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, why'd I reload? Never mind. Alright, never mind. We're good. If only I had the right-click shove while reloading like Left 4 Dead. I still do that to this day. Like, instinctively try to do a shove. Well, you're definitely down with the Sickness there. I hate when you just miss the shot and the frame rates drop. And so you're trying to adjust your mouse to compensate. Alright, it's almost 4 o'clock. Oh, come on, lag. Oh, I almost hit. Oh, I almost hit the button again. I'm trying to go for the headshot. Oh. Come on. There it is. I was like, get the headshot. Oh, back of the heel. Then the headshot. Should be getting screamers here in a moment. Oh, this is that extended version of Down with the Sickness where he's like, go be a good boy, mommy, or whatever. I don't like that part. I don't know about you guys. Sometimes you gotta clean him out too, especially when you have gas. Back of the hill. So you defeated him. I like it. Alas, poor lag. I know Freaker, right? Tomorrow I had a couple months with slowly dying mouse last year. Thought it was me. I thought I was losing my touch. I had that happen too. I can't remember what brand it was. But I was like, I made sure I didn't get it again. Because it was like the second one that did that to me. Of that brand. Alright, so where's my Alright. So we started we started out level where is it? 179, so we gained 3 levels. The game stage went from 549 to 558. Now, remember, we're in a desert environment too, so it adjusts for your biome. But then the zombie kills 3806. Almost 190. Was it 188 zombie kills? Hey Siri, what's 3996 minus 3806?
3,996 minus
190.
3,996 is 190.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I was like 188. Whew. Okay. But yeah, Fubar definitely like living through Horde Night, reading chats. Yeah, if I miss something, you guys please feel free to retype it. That's always the struggle is real with streaming and doing a eventful moment like that. All right, not worried about the loot so much, but I just went ahead and grabbed it. Last time I did a Horde Night, there was still loot backs from the previous Horde Night that people didn't pick up because everybody on here is pretty much leveled up. That's not extended. That's just the original release. You probably have only heard the radio edit. Okay, then that's the example where I like the radio edit over the original. It pulls me out of the rhythm of the song, I think is what it is. Okay. I'm going to show you guys Market for people who have not been here. So Market, this is a trader protected area on the server that the admins put together. And thematically, it's a small airport, Skynet Airlines. And pretty fun builds here. I still like this plane here the most. So fun. But yeah, so this way, as a player, you could go somewhere that the admins and the other players could sell you things too. There's vending machines in the room here. All right, so I just had 2 honeys to take care of the infection. I was down with the sickness indeed. So all these are player vending machines, other players on the server selling random goods and wares and stuff from what they've gotten. You got some extra vending machines to buy drinks and foods out of, as well as learning elixirs. Most everybody buys them out though before I... Oh, no. Indeed, Freaker. Alright, I'm actually going to turn up or pause my music. I'm probably yelling louder than I am because I'm yelling over music. Or talking louder. Drew Merrill, I have a question. Do player vending machines work in single player? Okay, so what I've found out for single player is I haven't tried a player vending machine, but the vending machines at the trader. Let's go to home to. Whoops. Trader Joel's is now open. Perfect timing. So if you're in a solo game and you come to the trader and you have these 3 here, these will work. Now what you need to do though is you need to give it time for stuff to sell, and a ghost vendor or ghost buyer will buy it. But you have to rent it out. It's 2,500 dukes, which we're actually we're 70 dukes short of renting out, but you have to give it time, and they'll give you 30 game days to sell the items for the rental. So your rental is for 30 game days. So you go up here, you go to rent, and if you have the dukes, you press rent, and you got it for 30 game days. Now this is where people before used to sell stacks of stone and get like 1 million dukes in like a flash. It used to be an easy way to do it. I have not been able to replicate that since like Alpha 21.2 update. So you can still sell your stone, your regular stone, not stacks, but your regular stone for a pretty good price. So if you're doing a lot of mining on a solo game and you want to make dukes, just bring it in, put it in your vending machine here, and a ghost buyer will buy it. Some NPC ghost buyer will get it. Otherwise, you can sell it directly to the trader for less dukes. So if you want dukes right away, you sell it for less to the trader. If you want more dukes, then you go to the vending machine out there and rent it. So we were just finding out about that, like, as of Alpha 21. I didn't know since Alpha 16 that you could have. Oh, nice. That was possible, that you just have a ghost buyer buy it. Now, whether or not that's always been a thing, I don't know. I'm just gonna sell a couple of these things. We got so much stuff on the server here. We don't really need to worry about some of this. Here, let me go to home. I don't know how many of you guys are gonna stay with the stream here, but we could see if we can get an example for you. Stone. So yeah, let's. All right. Let's put some stuff. Oh, we don't have an open stack of electrical items. I was like, wait, really? Again, I keep pressing F and turning my headlamp off because I've been playing Pal World, and the action button in Pal World is F. F in chat. Let's just drink that, eat that. We're not worrying about recipes and things this late stage of game. All right. Do that. Make sure we close our doors. Alright, so go back to home 2, which I set by the trader. Alright, so here we'll show you guys. So you go to this icon here, rent. And now it's lit up. We have plenty of dukes to rent. It's 2,500, 30 game days, right? Okay, so now I've bought it. It tells me expires day 16/20. So if you want to kind of weigh that out, there's usually always somebody on the server. So you know that in 24 hours, in one real life day, you've got about 6 hours left at that point. So if I set myself an alert for tomorrow at 10 p.m., that's probably a good time to come back and check in on what I'm selling here. But we'll come back in a couple hours real life time, and we'll see if some of this is selling. Now I'm going to keep one of these on me, right? So the cost is 50 per... Oh, gosh. Is it... Okay, yeah, so it's 1 duke per stone. So it'd be 6,000 dukes if I sell the whole stack. And that's what usually the ghost NPC will do, is they'll buy the whole stack here. Now, the other stack is the combining in 2 stacks. So there's 2 different ways to say stacks there. Anyway, so that would be 6,000. We can't run for another minute 50. Big Bill, you got your eyes on Enshrouded. Want to finish my cert exam first, but Enshrouded looks pretty good. Looks pretty fun, yeah. No new games till ThunderCats is built, though. That's my personal rule. Probably been nerfed out. Freaker was saying about the basically one of the videos that somebody showed how to do it is what I viewed how you could do it, and that video like skyrocketed. A lot of people were looking at it, and so it seemed like it was nerfed out. What are that to if the machine paid more? Yes, and so here you go, basically your inventory. So if you click on the stack, 1,500 dukes. So you can either get 1,500 dukes now for 6,000 stone, or you could get 6,000 dukes if you want to wait a little bit longer. So yeah, we'll go and sell that now. But yeah. So Enshrouded does look like I'll enjoy it, but I just haven't. I told myself I've got to focus on getting the ThunderCats Lair done first. It's a rule. But that's also why Valheim's been taken off of my stream rotation for a little while, and we're doing 2 days of Pal World, and then the rest of the stream days of the week, depending on things, is 7 Days to Die. There was another stack. Aha! So for those that don't know, I am playing windowed mode. I'm on my ultra-wide monitor. And so I have to play windowed mode, but the size ratio, whatever, it puts the lower little smudge, this bottom half of my toolbar is actually below my field of view. Yeah, when if I look over at my stream software, I can see it. But that's why, like, when my weapons were damaged and needed repair, I didn't know that during Horde Night. So you're doing a Net Plus exam in a week or two. Okay, try to stay focused. Oh boy. I was like, don't let me distract you. Come on, there we go. Fun to pick these guys off once in a while. Bunny Rabbit. Now we got good bunny karma. Dumb Ways to Die, sung in the 7 Days to Die. I like it. Problem with the easy certifications is they are boring as F. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm still not smart enough to do the easy ones. In that regard. So I admire a lot of you guys that do certifications of that sort. See, when someone new comes into my stream and asks, "Where's all the zombies at?" Like, we keep killing them all. It's not going to be a zombie apocalypse if we keep killing them all. Anywho, but yeah, so that's an example there. Let's go back to the ThunderCats lair. For those that did, oh man, come on, fog. Didn't see it. Yeah, we're coming along pretty nicely here. And my leg just healed, so we're good to go there. I can run again. Oh, you know what? We did sprain our ankle yesterday, so in game yesterday. So it's been 1 day since last accident. But during Horde Night doesn't count, so actually it's 2 days then. Yeah, this is for on the job injuries. Don't kill all the Zeds. Oh, dang it! I said Zeds. I told myself I was never going to call the zombies anything other than zombies. A lot of you guys say Zeds or Zs or whatever. Zambies, that's another one. I don't know why. Like I'm just like, no, zombies. I'm just like so adamant on sticking with that. Once you pass all the easy certs, you actually get into the application of knowledge, improve your stuff. Well, that explains me entirely, since I don't get past the certs, the easy certs. Purist, yeah, I don't know. The closest I'll say, Freaker just said it. Walkers, yeah, that's the closest I'll say. Mr. Point, how you doing? But I think subconsciously I still make an effort to say walkers only when I'm talking about The Walking Dead. And it's almost like I started saying it because of what do you call it? I started saying walkers and only walkers. And I started saying zombies and only zombies because of The Walking Dead, and when they would get like a new person that the group would meet up with, and they would have another name. What was that guy in second season, Lame Brains, that came down from Jersey, New York, or whatever? Him and his buddy Rick got to get the quick draw on him. Oh, We forgot to drop off stuff down below. Oh, we don't need Forge Ahead anymore. Let's just read them. Quick travel. It's risky. Will there be lag on the... Oh! It closed the doors on us. Again, this keeps happening. That's the downside. Or did I close the door? Maybe I did. You guys remember more than me. I'm the goofball. This is another thing where I was like, if I bring up The Walking Dead, I want to like say $5 says somebody's gonna say they gave up on The Walking Dead in conversation at any moment. Big Bill, you're it. Sorry. Call you out on it. Trumel, you still need to finish it. Need to watch Buddy for it, though. Big Bill gave up on The Walking Dead around season 6, I think it was. Story became a second to just being overly gory, lost interest. Gore doesn't bother me, just boring without good story. Yeah, John Campea, if you guys know him at all, he's who I watch for like movie news and everything like that, movie TV show review and news. He has something that he brings up about action without purpose is just visual noise. I like that saying, and I think that applies there, right? That like gore for the sake of just that, it becomes a little bit like okay, yeah, you guys are really great at making heads explode, and good job, The same thing with like, everybody becomes an expert at fighting zombies now that they're just shredding through them all. And I honestly, I think if that's all you're doing is surviving all the time, killing off zombies, you do start kind of becoming probably more efficient at just getting through them. But yeah, I'm still impressed by the special effects when I watched the Daryl Dixon show. Then the New York one with Maggie and Negan. Still some impressive kills and stuff like that on the zombies. But yeah, I mean, that is kind of a little bit of a frustration is, we get it. Now let's focus on story, making the stories a little bit stronger. I enjoyed those two supplemental shows. Again, Daryl Dixon and Dead City. But I do think like they could have used a little bit more structure to their story. A lot of people didn't click onto those as much as they wanted them to. Speaking of which, in 5 days, I think is the Rick and Michonne show, the ones who live. When is The Walking Dead, the ones who live release date? 25th, excuse me. So in 8 days. 8 days. Well, that makes sense. Tomorrow's Sunday. So then the following Sunday, The Walking Dead, the ones who live come back. And this is about Rick and Michonne getting to reunite. I'm worried though about it. I'm sure I'm gonna enjoy it, but I'm worried that that's gonna be the whole the whole show. And then finally, the last episode, the last half hour or whatever of everything, they finally get together. And I don't want to wait the whole thing just to see them get together. The only reason that I would be okay with that is if they then announced like next year they're bringing the entire Walking Dead back with Rick and Michonne. Because I don't know, like Danae Guerrera, if how much Marvel stuff she's going to have, if Okoye is going to be in any more stories. I would love to have Okoye back in more stories in the Marvel movies. But yeah, so I don't know how much that, and the actor that plays Rick Grimes, Andrew Lincoln, he got to have time with his family. He got to last 5-6 years. That was part of his reason to take some time off from The Walking Dead. and since they didn't kill Rick off, then this was opportunity to bring him back. And so I'm totally looking forward to it. It's just I do worry that if one of the things we're looking forward to is Rick and Michonne together, I worry that that's not going to happen until the last episode, like the last half of the last episode. Let's see here. Please excuse the extreme case of streamer brain. No, it's just Greg brain, and then enhanced by streamer. Trumel, you feel so anxious watching it by yourself? I feel you there. Yeah, I hear that. Freaker. Then there's me while watching a Hellraiser marathon. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing, right? The differences between us, how we watch and enjoy the different forms of entertainment, movies, TV shows, and then what genre we're into. Cody, the OG Hellraiser films were epic. I don't know if I've really watched any of them all the way through. I think Hellbound Hellraiser 3 was the one I mostly had watched. And it kept coming up multiple times on HBO at the time when we had HBO at my house. I haven't watched any of the spin-offs. Yeah, I was gonna check out the latest one that they were doing. I just didn't get a chance to, just because I like the actress. I don't know what season it was, but it was when the mayor of a town they were living in had his zombie daughter kept in a room closet. Oh yeah, the governor. That's like season 4, I think. About that. That's all the further that I got. Yeah, so that's when we find out about Michonne some more. Because then, oh crap, what was her name? I feel bad because the actress is a really nice lady, but I didn't like her character in The Walking Dead. Walking Dead. It's got, as usual, it's got to bug me if I don't look up the name, because I think Laurie Holden. Did I just remember it? Top cast. Oh, well, there's the actress, and then there's the character. Yeah, Laurie Holden played Andrea. That's who it was. I didn't really care for like Andrea, and then eventually like how what's his name was kind of trying to be a fatherly figure to her and everything. The governor episodes were subpar, which is a bummer because the actor that played the governor, I really like his style. I don't. When the governor came out, oh, that's the other thing, is the SMG must have got the rest of the zombies. We had a breach earlier that we weren't here for, or I didn't hear the turrets going off. But yeah, the actor that played the governor, like I think they kind of, that's when we started kind of seeing like, here's the leader of a group trope that is going to be who we have to defeat, leader of the troop, So from the governor forward, we always had this other group and this other leader, because then we ended up having Negan, and then the Whisperers, I think, and stuff like that were another one. And yeah, just I don't know. I still enjoy The Walking Dead, but I'm with you guys on some of those aspects where it's just like there has to be like something else intriguing about us to want to constantly, like, following these characters as they survive an apocalypse is one thing, but having like some intrigue along with it. I personally don't like the constant backstabbing, like, ooh, we trusted this person for 6 seasons, now all of a sudden they're bad. What? Like All of a sudden they just can't get along with the people they've been getting along with for 6 years, and it becomes the friction and I don't know. It's not just The Walking Dead, like other shows that were doing that too. Battlestar Galactica was one that I got frustrated with the you can't trust this person anymore approach, but I still enjoyed the hell out of the series. Big Bill, the season when Negan showed up was what I gave up. It's what a lot of people did. Like a lot of people liked Jeffrey Dean Morgan, and they liked like how he played Negan, but didn't like how the story played out. And of course, the character deaths and stuff like that drew a lot of people away. No spoilers if you guys haven't typed it yet, but yeah, no spoilers for character deaths in case anybody hasn't seen or read. I like to try not to spoil some of that stuff. But yeah, it's like some of the character deaths were people's favorite characters, and you're just kind of like, well, now why am I watching? Me, I was still into it, but I totally get why people had checked out. Let's see, Cody. Okay, see, yeah, if you follow the full franchise, not just the films, it makes a lot more sense. The official comics are pretty damn good. All the main characters people gave a damn about are all doing their own things. Daryl's in Paris, Maggie's in New York, and now Rick and Michonne. Everyone's split up so much that things could be pretty epic if they all do eventually reunite. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, but I'm not holding my breath, But yes, I would love to see, Daryl, Maggie and Negan and Rick and Michonne. And I like some of the other newer characters I was digging, like Ross Marquand's dang it. I really liked the character growth of his Aaron. Aaron was a nice character growth. After he lost his boyfriend, it was heartbreaking for his character, but I like the growth and leadership that he moved into after that season. The one who had to kill her sister, yeah. I have to put my hand up, and this is a very guilty thing of me, is because I thought the sister was more attractive, my style of attractive. I was bummed that Andrea was the one that survived. I'm so embarrassed and ashamed to say that, but I want to be forthcoming and admit that, because it was one of those things where me as a viewer watching things, I changed a lot of my viewing habits around that time when I came to realize that, like, okay, no, I was upset because the sister was attractive, not because of character development and the character. And so I was like, okay, that's not a good enough reason. and so then I started kind of saying, okay, well, no, the character of Andrea frustrated me. But again, Laurie Holding, the actress, she's great. I like when I see her in other things, I do appreciate her work. But for some reason, yeah, the character of Andrea just bugged me. In the comics, Andrea is a pretty good character, but in the show, she was horrible. In the comics, Andrea gets together with Rick, since she didn't die, and Michonne didn't even exist in the comics. Oh, that's right, because they made characters in the TV show that weren't in the comics, which I'm fine with, because if they don't follow the comics, then you can have some stuff that nobody knows about, and as an adaptation, you get a little bit more fresh approach versus just rehashing what's in the comics. That's why I'm always for adaptions. If they don't work out, they don't work out. But if they do work out, then you have this extra bonus thing. Same thing with the whole sequels and prequels and everything like that, reboots. If they don't work out, they don't work out. I still got the original. I don't let it. The whole it ruined my childhood or whatever. I don't get like that. But for me, it's the what do you call it? If it works out, then you get bonus. You get more good stuff. If it doesn't work out, you still got the originals to go back to. If they had stuck with the comics, 100% stuff would have been more slow, but better in many ways. Yeah, that's always the problem too. Is like at what pace do you actually run the show and the story and everything that's going on, right? How how do you keep the audiences, maintain the audiences, but keep that forward progression going, interestingly enough, week by week with a TV show. Negan as a character was pretty damn good, but most of the story is pretty meh. Negan was never truly a villain, which is kind of what I like about where they've taken Negan now. Which I don't want to spoil too much for others, but Freaker, if I remember correctly, Negan was more of an ass in the comic, but he did it for a reason, which is kind of he does what he does for a reason in a TV show too. Just a slightly different kind of approach, right, than the one in the comic. Rick attacked Negan's people for practically no reason and caused the shit to hit the fan. I feel that if Rick had not attacked Negan's people, he and Rick could have been decent allies, though this only applies to the show. Comics Negan was a lot more likable, but more of a sociopath. Oh, wow. Freaker Michonne was added later in the story. Before the show started, Daryl Dixon was the one not in the comic. Oh, Daryl wasn't even... Oh, that's right. Merle was, though, right? Merle Dixon? Or was either of the Dixons in there? I think that the Walking Dead TV show should have done a small movie between each season. I'd be down for that if they did. Yeah, that would have been fun. Cluck Norris, calm down, man. All right. Back to work. Also, things got damaged while... Oh, right. Press the right buttons. Again, you play other games and you get used to how you repair and interact with other items, and yeah, anyways. There we go. Merle and Daryl. Merle was in the comics, but I think Daryl didn't get introduced till way later in the show. Than in the show. Okay. Rick and Daryl, in my opinion, was best romance in TV history. I do like the approach that that like Rick and Shane were brother friends, you know, like you know, and you hear Rick say it, brother, don't do this, you know, like he was, you know, that Shane was that much of a friend that he considered him a brother, and that passed on to Daryl. Not right away, but you saw a growth and a build as they started going closer and closer to the Negan storyline. I really enjoyed that they did that with Daryl and Rick, for sure. All right, dump chest. It's what it's here for. Oh. That one. I should be putting the medical there, but this, that, this. Okay. No, what am I doing? Okay, there we go. Why is the motion sensor freaking out? Okay. Then again, I binge read the comics during that first season. Yeah, I had to make that choice. Was I going to was I going to pick up like a couple of the hardcovers, right? Or was I going to go ahead and just stick to the show? And I decided to stick to the show. Daryl got hit harder than anyone from Rick's supposed death. Oh, for sure. The relationship between Rick and Shane was very fragile once that Shane had feelings for Lori, right? Even before Rick married her, and then after Rick died at the hospital and he made his move. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's just face it. Shane is a slime bucket. Shane had a lot of lovable qualities, though. You know, he is one of those friends that I think a lot of us have had in our lives. Where they do legitimately get things done because they're that kind of asshole about things. But ultimately, in the end, you know, while Shane was was a take charge and get things done kind of guy, he was good for the group. The fact that Shane, his ultimate goal in life was to have somebody that's committed to somebody else relationship wise, you know, and in their cases they are monogamous people, so they you know, they weren't going to go the alternative route. But yeah, for me it's like seeing that, like, for Shane as one of those characters to get messed up that bad, not because of Lori, the character, but because of his allowance he allowed himself to emotionally be compromised for his feelings, which were, I felt, more lustful than love for Lori. I feel like, you know, he allowed himself to be compromised by that, and ultimately, you know, made him a bad person because he chose that over the safety of the entire group of everybody there. You know, if he truly had any kind of feelings for her that he could reason and rationalize, as well as for Carl, you know, and if he really wanted to be there for a group of people, then ultimately you put aside your lustful desire for another person for the sake of the group, you know. Should eventually even that person have happiness, and his happiness having someone in their life that romantically and sexually fulfills their needs, sure, you know. But to me, it's like, if you allow yourself to be compromised by that, then yeah, you end up turning yourself into the villain. And ultimately, what did he do? You know, he kept getting worse and worse and worse, and that's where it eventually led to what happened. But Rick and Daryl started shaky and was almost broken from Merle's death, but was reforged stronger than ever, and things just kept getting stronger, for sure. Yeah, because, I mean, what was Daryl's first introduction to Rick? What do you mean you left my brother on a roof? Okay, Rick Grimes. Who the hell are you, Rick Grimes? You know, he was just like he was hostile, right? You know, this new guy comes into place, and the added weight of my brother is missing, and this new person is in our group. You know, it wasn't easy, but it was kind of cool because I didn't want something like that to last several seasons. And Daryl, I think, warmed up and understood Rick's God, what do you call it? Rick's own sense of morality and doing the right thing. I think it definitely poured over into Daryl. And while Daryl still had a stubborn streak for most of the series, it was a very healthy and good thing for Rick to be in his life. You know, that was a friend, a brother, that instilled a lot of goodness in Daryl. Merle had the tough love, and one I wouldn't necessarily agree with, even though I love the actor, Michael Rooker. I definitely, like, I can't be around people like like Merle Dixon. That's for sure. Shane was a douche. I mean, and yet that's another actor that we really like these days, right? Is oh, God, horrible with names lately. What's going on? Shane. John Bernthal. John Bernthal, I absolutely love. Love him as the Punisher. Loved him in The Accountant with Ben Affleck. And then of course, a bunch of other movies and TV shows, things that he's been in. Let's make sure. Okay, that is upgraded. Let's see. Real friends are the kind that would laugh their asses off when you get hurt, help you up, and help you break the legs of the person that hurt you. There you go. Shane was too logical, but his logic was flawed from the start. Yeah, he tried to be methodical about things, but yeah, his logic was flawed. But I mean that's why I say he allowed himself to be emotionally compromised when he tried to logic and reason things. Like he could be tactical, right? And that's where his logic was good. Is tactically they could take down things and do things like. That's why I think a lot of people say like, what if Shane had not died and not done what he did? You know. The first couple seasons, I think I don't mind spoiling for Walking Dead. I think at this point, most people have seen at least the first couple seasons. But yeah, so when Shane died, that was a bummer. But the what if scenario, I think if Shane kind of got his shit together, tactically, Shane, Rick, and Daryl. Oh shit, I think the three of them would have freaking conquered the world. Holy crap, but that's my opinion. Freaker in short terms, Shane Shane made really bad decisions. Yeah. And that's all it took, right? Those bad decisions forcing a situation where he was gonna kill Rick, and it's just that kill or be killed moment. The Rick-tatorship ended and the Daryl-mocracy began. That one was a little off for me, but I understand, like, after what Rick had gone through, him having a little bit more of the it's my way or the highway kind of moment. The recent Walking Dead game had a really good concept to it where choices mattered, and but the gameplay was terrible. Oh, that's unfortunate. I like the idea of games that do that. The morality thing. Like you're doing a lot of these good things, you skew towards the good, and you get these kind of changes in the game. You start doing bad things, then these consequences will happen too. Like, I do like the concept idea of that. I just never had the mental capacity to keep track of things like that in the game. Okay, first 6 seasons, in my opinion. What was that in response to? The first 6 season line? Freaker, the first season really followed the comic the most to a T. Yeah, and I remember hearing about that too, that was, they at least followed it there. But again, I do like that they then branched and moved away from the comic after that. Killing Shane is what really made Carl who he was in the next 3 seasons. Then Negan changed him a lot too. Yeah, that was a rough one for me because how Carl approached Negan, and then and reciprocating wise, how Negan approached Carl really caught me off guard. I feel like there was a little bit of unfulfilled story there as well, but. Again, I don't want to spoil too much of that. We got this, the rest of this core stuff. We got that wall to fill in there. We'll fill in these floors as well. And we'll get to work on them. Oh my god, it's 10:30. I've missed my 9 o'clock and my 10 o'clock break. So we'll do a 5-minute break at 11 o'clock in a half an hour, you guys. Just a heads up. Officially out of my tasty beverage. So I'll refill that in a half an hour too. Yeah, so The Walking Dead for me, a couple different things. Part of it was slightly fulfilled, and it's a slight spoiler, is that they do what, it was a 10-year jump or an 8-year jump. Do you guys remember how far it was in the story? Part of me eventually wants to see that life and society and everything starts going towards a positive and a regrowth aspect of their story, because I think the other part that a lot of people subconsciously are kind of tired of is that it is just always bleak. There's just always another villain to face. There's just always something else. And while it's kind of what's the term? Well, taking the risk. It's edgy. It's doing something different. Sure, that's cool, but after several seasons of it, when the original main show, which constantly is more and more bleak, another new villain, another new impossible thing that they gotta overcome. By the time they overcome whatever it is, and you've lost people along the way, you're just exhausted. The characters are exhausted and the viewers are exhausted. And so while I commend a show, same thing with Battlestar Galactica, I was saying, well, I commend the show for taking a different approach. Life's not always going to be, a happy ending. So why does a TV show or a movie always have to have a happy ending? And once in a while, some things do pull that off. Avengers Infinity War, essentially the villain wins at the end of the movie. Sorry, spoilers. Shit. But, it's like, that was, I think, a bold choice, and ultimately, by the time you get to Avengers Endgame after that, everybody was pretty hyped up for that end battle that they had in Endgame. But then, after everything that we've been through with the Marvel Cinematic Universe up to that point, I think that was, 22 movies? No, that was a little bit more. Anyways, point being is it's like, once you got that many movies in, when you have a game that says, or when you have a movie that's called Avengers Endgame, and stories and everything kind of do culminate and end, everything else does seem to be like added stuff afterwards. And a lot of people, I'm not burnt out on the MCU. I'm still loving everything. I think there could be improvements, sure, but I'm still enjoying the heck out of it. But ultimately, I think a lot of people are kind of like burned out because they got up to that event and we got to the end and we're just so exhausted. And I think even more so with something like The Walking Dead is it can be exhausting that you defeat this ultimate bad thing, this villain, this situation or whatever. And then all of a sudden you've got another one to face and you're jumping right back into it. And again, I just think that was exhausting for everybody, let alone, yes, you lose the characters that you enjoy. And when you lose those characters you enjoy, you start losing something you look forward to every week when you go to see the show. So yeah, so I stuck with The Walking Dead, the main show, from start to finish. Overall, enjoyed the whole thing. I did finally finish The World Beyond. That was another one of those branch off shows that they did. I have not finished Fear the Walking Dead yet. I think I still have a season and a half. I thought I had one season left, but apparently I had 2 seasons left, so I'm halfway through second to last season. And we talked about it before, Fear the Walking Dead, I wanted that to stay that core group, and I wanted them to stay in Los Angeles, and they shook up and changed and rearranged that show 3 times. Well, 2 times. It had 3 different incarnations of that show that, you know, it's no wonder that they didn't really have an audience for that show. But I'm watching it because I still enjoy the characters, and I want to see where they ultimately get to in the end on that show. There's that time hole again. I know, Freaker, right? Well, I keep trying to set up something so I have a alarm go off 5 minutes before the top of the hour. So I can do my top of the hour break, top of the hour ad break on Twitch, you know. Oh, Freaker, with the virus being airborne, it will always be bleak. Airborne? Oh, no. It's not so much that the virus is airborne. It, at some point, and this is part of the mystery that I don't know if they ever solve, and don't tell me if they solve it. Tell me if you guys are reading the comics, if they ever solve it in the comics, the origin, or solve it. But don't tell me how. Like, don't tell me what it was. It's just, do they ever get to that in the comics? Does that make sense? It's risky me even asking that. Vinny, that was everybody when... I'm trying not to spoil some things. So I'm not reading out loud the rest of what you're saying. Those on YouTube and Kick don't know what you said, but but yes, that was the moment that a lot of people I knew stopped watching The Walking Dead, was that character's death. Yeah, it's a very difficult thing, I know, to talk about some of this stuff without spoiling it, though, because again, we want to get into the details. And I'm trying to encourage more chat like that on my stream, so more chat about these topics on my stream. Uh-oh. Moderator in to help. Thanks, Pakistan. Man, Vinny coming in and getting I'm trying to find a way to tease about this. You're good. It's just the moment, right? Yeah, you'll love those moments. Sorry, I've got more stuff going in my head, but I can't find a good punchline to go along with it. This is why I'm not a comedian, because automatic ban, no. Right. Like first day back and you get banned on my channel. There's Viking Spawn. How you doing, buddy? Deciding the spoiler, everything else is still there. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I've still been meaning to get some kind of a moderator meeting together for you guys so we can rehash the list of stuff like that. But for the most part, you guys are still good on that. Getting frustrated? Why? What's up, man? Cody, the OG author, has said there are 2 possibilities for how the virus began, but it was never narrowed to one. Some kind of viral spore from space. Yeah, I remember that one. Accidentally made in a lab like Resident Evil. Okay. Right. So we were talking about it being airborne. So it's not that it's airborne, but at some point, every person is infected with the virus in The Walking Dead. Everybody has it in their system, but it was the you don't turn until you actually die. Or if you get like a more, the bites obviously is a more direct overload of the virus, then gives you the fever and you die of the fever and then come back to life as a zombie. As a walker. Freaker, well, they have hinted at the actual virus being airborne since people who just died were still turning. So my assumption after that is that the virus is airborne, kind of getting bitten by one who's already turned, speeds up the process, but that's who I see most zombie outbreaks. Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, for me it's just that everybody at some point on Earth had the virus in them. So here's the thing, it's like, yeah, it could have been something that's airborne, or it could just been like something in general in the ecosystem of the world, but the thing is our examples are only like these high population areas. Like what was some remote tribe somewhere that has it, evolved into technology and commerce and food and everything like that from the world's trades and everything like that. Like how, if anybody in that random tribe, that village, whatever, would they have also had somebody that just died of natural causes and then came back to life? Like I'm kind of curious, but I don't know if they had ever touched up on that on some of those like shorts and everything that they did. The namesake doesn't reference the zombies, it's living people. Sorry, I'm not following that. Viking Spawn, wait, everybody has what in The Walking Dead? Season 1 spoiler? Yeah, that one I don't mind saying out loud. As far as like as far as like what everybody got infected. Yeah, all humans were infected from day one, right? It was estimated the virus spread 1 month before the initial outbreak in LA. The real question is how it was released, right? The living people are the Walking Dead, as they are already infected. Okay. I'm sorry. You're touching up on the Walking Dead. Yeah. I do like that duality of naming. Yeah. I always appreciated that. All right. Pluck Norris, how are we doing, buddy? All right, he's out here. He's good. I thought I had heard something out here. Oh, here we go. We had a breach here. This is where they initially came in. Yep, all the doors are missing. Alright, so at some point, zombies had broke through here. I'm not worried about it, it's just like 2, 4. Most of it's just a initial deterrent anyways. Okay, we can't use concrete mix to repair that because it'll come out of our initial our build numbers. The spaceport was the original idea concept that was thought of and was introduced into Earth's upper atmosphere via a small asteroid that came to Earth and spread from asteroid breaking up in the sky. Okay, gotcha. Time to put in some steel doors. No, not until we're like fully done. Because if they're steel doors, I could be up there up top working on things and never even hear them breaking the doors down, and then I've wasted steel. So I just let them in, let the turrets get them, and then when the build is done, we'll officially get the all the defenses, more turrets put up, and everything else. Oh, I was gonna upgrade that wall. This over here. Yeah, I'm always torn on the whole answering the question of where the zombie outbreak came from kind of premise. We talked about that with like Night of the Living Dead as well. The Romero versions, the other versions. Like if you do ultimately get an answer, like, well, the 7 Days to Die too, you know. If you ultimately get the answer, does it make the story less enjoyable, or you know, if you're given an answer like that? I'm torn because I actually don't know how I feel about that. I keep going back and forth on it, so I have no definitive answer for myself. In the show following Daryl and Paris, that virus was man-made, most likely. Yeah, so we start seeing some of that, and again, we won't go into too much detail, but we start seeing some of that with the World Beyond, and yeah, and Daryl Dixon. I want to say they hinted at a little bit of it in Dead City, but yeah, we're starting to get now into the either man-made evolution of the virus or natural evolution of the virus. And there is something I mentioned before, but I won't spoil tonight, but there's something about the evolution of things, of the zombies in the last season of The Walking Dead, that I was frustrated they didn't touch up on more. With Daryl Dixon and with Dead City. The Romero version was explained as a comet entering the Earth's atmosphere. Oh, they did explain that in the Romero version? I gotta watch that again. Or is it like, or did they explain it in Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead or something? Because that's the three that are Romero's, right? Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and then Day of the Dead. Since we already have actual intelligent zombies and proper mutant things are going to get weird in the next decade in the show's universe. Yeah, and that's the hard part about the exponential growth of the story, and the, like, when you do that, it is that next step of difficulty of danger or whatever, and will those stories ultimately lead to too much, you know, for other audiences? I'm sure I'll enjoy it just fine, but when audiences just when they keep checking out, you know, it's going to be hard to bring them back in. I think I think Daryl Dixon and I think Dead City did a okay job. I was looking at the numbers. I can't remember what they are now, but the ratings or the audience. And those shows did bring some people back to Walking Dead. I think Rick and Michonne is going to be the ultimate test of whether or not you could bring anybody back to watching the show again. Whether they continue and do something else, or whether they sign off with Rick and Michonne and that's it. You know, whether we'll see Daryl Dixon season 2 or Dead City season 2, or, you know, I don't know. Or again, do they bring them all back in and restart The Walking Dead again with a rebooted new season 1, but continuing the characters, right? You know, like X-Files did. Which, that was a bummer. I never really got to watch the X-Files reboot attempt. But I think ultimately that was another thing where it's like, where can you go? You know, Mulder's sister is captured by aliens. Mulder's sister is not captured by aliens. Mulder's sister is captured by aliens. Mulder's sister is not captured by aliens. Aliens do exist. Aliens don't exist. Government knows about it. Government doesn't know about it. You know, and the back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's another exhaustion, right? So Freaker, real briefly, they say it in the original Night of the Living Dead. I'll have to watch that again. It's been a a hot minute. About 15 years since I've seen Night of the Living Dead. Cody, zombies are very slowly becoming more similar to zombies in Dead Island. I'm not familiar with Dead Island. I guess that'd be the best comparison. And then Cody says, I feel we will get to Daryl seasons 2 and 3 no matter what, but depending on how much people like season 2 will be the deciding factor if season 3 will wrap up that branch story. Yeah. Yeah, I ended up enjoying where they took things with Daryl's story itself. But yeah, I think when we find out more and more about this, again, it's like try not to get into details that are spoilery. But when we get into this world military group that, you know, is and whatnot, what their ultimate goal really is, I think the Rick and Michonne show, I feel, really should answer a lot of those questions, or people are just gonna be fed up with it all. Season 2 will most likely cover his personal story, and Season 3 will focus on the zombies themselves and all the weird as F secrets that are going around. Yeah, can see that. We got 332 blocks to go till our next 1,000 blocks marker on the block count. That's just, yeah, it's your theory, yeah. I'm down with that. Try not to let it go to the steel, attempted steel upgrade moment. Let's see if we can wrap this up in the next 6 minutes here with this current batch of concrete. And we're going to again switch over to the head. And we're going to try to start working on the head and the neck and stuff like that down to the chest of the build. Let's see, also Fear of the Walking Dead being over, which chronologically started 3 or 4 months before the original show, will most likely tie into Maggie and Maggie's and Daryl's show a bit. Yeah, and that was the hard part too. Yes, is the timelines between both those shows. Freaker, you need to catch up with Fear the Walking Dead. Me too. Yeah, like I said, I got a season and a half left till I can finish it up. Again, I maintain, like, if they, I know it probably would have been expensive to do, but I felt like if they had stuck around the Los Angeles area, that really could have been a fun concept. Like, that would have been like Dead City. That would have been the fun approach to do a major city approach to things. And the characters, especially Nick, and again, we're not going into spoilers for those that do want to watch the rest of Fear the Walking Dead. But I do feel like characters like Nick and Alicia and stuff like that, as well as the mother and the stepfather and everything like that. I really was looking forward to them the entirety of the show, and it seemed just really odd, like they didn't know what they were doing with it. So that presents itself in when you're watching Fear the Walking Dead, but I don't know. It introduced me to Coleman Domingo, and I absolutely love the shit out of that dude. So, and I do hope he takes over as Kang the Conqueror for Marvel. But I don't know. We'll see how that all plays out. Fear the Walking Dead is really hard to get into because nearly the entire first season is so damn slow. I actually liked that though, Cody. I liked the I liked the approach of what do we do? There's this weird outbreak thing going on, and now our neighborhood has been quarantined by the military, and like that slow burn worked for me. It definitely didn't work for others, and yeah, I think that's why they changed the pace up a little bit, or changed the story up and pace. But I personally, I liked that approach because there's just that real fun, like, we've seen Night of the Living Dead, we've seen other zombie movies and such. We know about zombies as an audience, but it helps me kind of have that feeling of like, what's it like for people when they very first watch, when they very first experience a moment like that, and what do they do to get through it, to endure it, and to overcome it? And that's why I was looking forward to for that family. I liked that the family was mixed, you know, of emotion, of race, of character and attitude. You know, the fact that they had like, you know, it's like two step parents on either side, right? You know, I love that they did that because, you know, people say dysfunctional family, and I like it as an alternative family. Like it's not what everybody pictures as, you know, the mother and father are still together and these are their kids and we're following this is following like the mixture of all that, and what everybody has to endure to overcome it. You know, for me, without spoiling it, I would have continued to allow like all the siblings to, I would have started them out as a little bit more friction with each other, and then as season 1 ended and season 2 and 3 started going in, I would have had all those siblings like bonding and getting closer together. And while there could still be like friction amongst the parents, so to speak, I would have used that as the story metaphor of, if you work hard, you can work together and overcome obstacles, right? And I would have loved to have seen that growth, because again, the bleakness of The Walking Dead, I feel, turns people off. If you continue to build hope and work towards hope and overcoming, you know, I do feel like that is ultimately going to make a difference. But again, you know, you can only plan out so much, right? You can say I have a whole 10 seasons planned out, but if the, you know, network at the time, or, you know, whatever's hosting your show, if they say, nah, you're done, they end up ending something with an unfulfilled story, which happens in a lot of shows anyways. But did you hear the news that the third film in 28 series is being made? Yeah, 28 years later, yeah. 28 days later, 28 weeks later, now we get 28 years later, yeah. Heck yeah, man. It's been, well, the thing that blows me away is that it actually has been like, what, 21 years or something like that, since the first movie, maybe longer. Yeah. Freaker, I've kept up with Fear, as in keeping tabs on it, but I really need to watch it properly. Yeah. I had to rewatch a couple seasons of Fear the Walking Dead to get back into it, because I was starting up where I thought I had left off. Well, you know, because it tells you like, you've watched these episodes, but you haven't watched these episodes. So I was like, okay, so this is where I left off. And like in that very first re-attempt at watching, I was just like, wait, who are these characters? And wait, when did this thing happen? So I went back like a couple episodes, and I'm like, shit, I don't remember this either. So I ended up going back to the beginning of that, of a previous season. And I'm like, I don't remember this stuff either. And so I went back another season, and I'm like, okay, now I remember. I think I went back to like season 3. And so I watched season 3, 4, and 5. What's the last season of Fear the Walking Dead? Or how many seasons? You guys might beat me to it. Fear the Walking Dead. Episodes. 8 seasons? So I'm in the middle of season 7. And I was having trouble with season 6. So I went back to 5. And then I had to go back to season 4 in order to like go, oh, okay, this is this, that's that. Okay. Having a slow-paced show is good if the characters are likable, but in season 1, most of them are a bit meh, but it picks up pretty well. I guess for me, the reason it worked for me is I had liked a little bit of Nick's drug addiction as a catalyst factor of bringing his mother and stepfather together to help Nick, and ultimately like using people coming back to life, you know, the Walking Dead, people coming back to life, and this outbreak as a great catalyst of trying to overcome the addiction to drugs and everything like that, and how he ultimately kind of started like feeling like, you know, there's more important things going on than my desire for drugs, which is a little bit almost like my feeling for Shane. Overcome your desire, your lustful and romantic desires for Lori, and you know, step up and be there for the group. That's what I was seeing in Nick, and that's why I wanted to continue to see that character progress through the story. It's the top of the hour, guys. Let me read up a couple of these things here, and then I'm going to take a break. 2002 was when 28 Days Later came out. Okay, yeah. So 22 years ago. Okay. Man, Cillian Murphy's grown as an actor, and as he's changed a little bit since the first 28 Days Later, huh? So Bloody's Cody says, to watch The Walking Dead in chronological order, view the following order: Fear the Walking Dead Season 1, Fear the Walking Dead Dead in the Water, Fear the Walking Dead Flight 462. I don't know these Dead in the Water Flight 462. Were these webisodes or something? Fear the Walking Dead Season 2, Fear the Walking Dead Passage, Fear the Walking Dead Season 3. Oh, and then The Walking Dead Season 1? Really? So that much before even watching Season 1 of Walking Dead, huh? So The Walking Dead Season 1, Walking Dead Torn Apart, The Walking Dead Season 2, The Walking Dead Cold Storage. Yeah, see, Torn Apart and Cold Storage I don't recognize either. The Walking Dead Season 3, The Walking Dead The Oath, Walking Dead Season 4 through 7. The Walking Dead Red Machete, The Walking Dead Season 8, Fear the Walking Dead Seasons 4 and 5, The Walking Dead Season 9, Episodes 1 through 5, Fear the Walking Dead Season 6 and 7, Tales of the Walking Dead. Oh my goodness, dude. And then, yeah, The World Beyond, The Walking Dead Season 9, Episodes 6 through 16. That was the big year jump, right? For The Walking Dead, as in the rest of Season 9. Seasons 10 of Walking Dead, The Walking Dead, Dead City, Daryl Dixon, then Rick and Michonne. Sorry for the text wall. Hey, it's giving me information, and you know what I'm going to do with that? I'm going to copy and paste it into a notes section. Yeah, because I know at some point I'm going to do a rewatch on The Walking Dead and make that a thing, so I'm going to mark that down. Why is it doing that? It's copying over the black background. That's funny. No biggie. You know, whole point is that I get all this down. Oops. No, not replying. There we go. And the Ninth Doctor was in 28 Days Later. Christopher Eccleston? Was he? Man, because I haven't seen 28 Days Later since it came out originally. Dead in the Water and a few other R webisodes. Okay. A good bit of fear takes place before Rick gets shot, and while he is in the coma in the hospital. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that too, because yeah, Rick was in a coma for a while, and yeah, and things started building up the first couple episodes of Fear the Walking Dead. Okay, I can see that. Once the entire franchise is pretty much wrapping up, I'm going to binge watch the entire thing again. Yep. Yeah, guys. Let me take that break real quick, and we'll come back to it. So keep posting, keep talking about it, and I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. Okay. Actually, let me go up front next to the turrets in case I got a wandering horde, and then I'll do this real quick. Yeah, this is a much I think safer place to to sit. So give me 5 minutes, you guys, and I'll be right back.
is.
I don't think it's Brittany. I think it's Greg Scott Bailey. All right, folks, thanks for waiting there. I appreciate it. I'm going to order some food, too, since I'm going a little bit longer than I was thinking I was going to go. I think I'm going to get some Wendy's. Get a Dave's combo. Do a double. No onions. No tomato. And Dr. Pepper. I must have had me about 15 Dr. Peppers. But ultimately, here's what we really want to get. Get a Frosty. Okay. All right. Now that that's taken care of, Andromeda, hey, good to see you too. How you doing? Okay, we still got what? Is that 320 blocks left? Aha. Alright, they're preparing my order. Perfect. I was going to get Burger King, but the store I get it from is closed for the night. They must close at 11 o'clock. See if that'll be working. Welcome back, Cody. Almost forgot. Okay, that part's done. So I dropped it, did okay. I was able to get some housework done. Nice. Okay, right on. Yeah, it's that's a stage of doing things that I need to get to is get some housework done. If all goes well, that'll happen here this Monday. Tomorrow I'm going to early screening of Dune 2. I know I don't normally stream on Sundays, but I think a couple of you guys were asking what movie I was going to see next. I have not seen Madam Web, and it's getting very horrible reviews. And so I'm going to maybe see that during this next week, just to, you know, still gonna check it out. But yeah, unfortunately, it's getting really horrible reviews. So, keeps leading into the question about, you know, while Sony may have the rights to Spider-Man and Spider-Man characters, the only thing that they've really done good financially and somewhat critically successful is lately has been the Into the Spider-Verse stuff. Yeah, all the Tom Holland movies are Marvel produced, Marvel Studios produced. So it's a really rough situation, because we might have a chance to get these characters more on the big screen because Sony still has the rights to the movies versions. But at the same time, if they're not putting a lot of the effort and energy into making good quality films and stories, then it almost seems like then, you know, they should just they wouldn't give the rights back to Marvel. But they were talking about it on John Campea show as well, like at least sell it back to Marvel Disney for $3 billion or something like that. Sony could recoup some cash and whatnot, and, you know, try to at least kind of understand that they're pretty much brand hurting at this point with Morbius and Madam Web. People decently seem to like the Venom movies, but oh, whoops. I don't have chocolate frosty. Oh. So I said it's okay if it's vanilla. It's okay. Cody, did you see my whisper? Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I've got that copied over. A friend went to see it and told me it really wasn't that bad. Yeah, and that's the part that usually makes me go see stuff, is when people kind of over exaggerate how bad something is. I tend to go watch it anyways. Well, I tend to watch something I'm interested in anyways, without liking or without people liking or disliking something. But yeah, I try not to let that ultimately skew me away. I just, oddly enough, like, yeah, last month I haven't really been into wanting to go out to the theater. I'm not sure why. Love watching movies on the big screen. Where is it? Freaker, Doom 2? I know, you said Dune 2, yeah. Atreides. Venom was great. Venom 2 was pretty good, but not as good as the first. Yeah. My only thing with the Venom movies is I didn't fully like the changes that they made to the story and history and stuff like that for Eddie Brock and Venom. It showed again, like, that they're doing the Spider-Man universe, but it's the Spider-Man less Spider-Man universe. It doesn't make sense. But I think it's also part of their deal with Marvel Studios right now that Spider-Man is in the MCU for now, and then oh, are we there again? Yep, okay. We just finished another 1,000 blocks. Notepad. Alright, so 39,000 blocks have been upgraded to concrete. And counting. If you like Morbius, you'll like Madam Web. I thought Morbius was okay. I don't think the same thing. I didn't think that was as bad as they made that one out to be. But then it became a meme, right? You know, like, okay, if people hate it, then I want to jump on the hate wagon. And that's the part I just don't really like when things get that way. They're on their way. All right. Yeah, it's another reason I like ordering from Wendy's, because then I can get a pretty reasonable delivery time. There we go. That reminds me I need to hit up McDonald's for Shamrock Shake. When does that officially start coming out? Is it out now? No. It was that bad? Wait, okay. Oh, a friend went to see it and told you that it really was that bad. Okay. Sorry, the emphasis still threw me off. I didn't read it correctly. I feel that Venom movies are going to work up to Null, the Symbiote King, then end it. I don't know if I give Sony enough credit to even know who Null is and to even get there. You know, I think it's rushing. I think they rushed to Carnage, in my opinion, and I think that if they were to get to Null, that would be rushing it too. But the problem is reading the comics, we know all this overarching story. And I feel like some of these comic book movies are made with the context of not just not just comic books, but like the Star Trek reboot and everything like that. A lot of it was made with the context that, well, the audience already knows who Khan is, so we could have not only Benedict Cumberbatch say, "I am Khan," and then the characters don't go, "Okay, nice to meet you, Mr. Khan. What's the deal here? What's going on?" You know, they're not going to say, "Oh, you're Khan Noonien Singh from the eugenics wars and everything like that." You know, same thing with like a lot of these comic book movies. They seem to be written in a way where everybody is assumed to understand the context, and I feel like a lot of mainstream audiences don't read comics, so they don't, you know, they're not going to ultimately really understand or be into something where they skip over a character arc or growth, which gets them to the point that people are looking forward to. I don't know. It's just so interesting. And Preaker, so you're saying that the Shamrock Shake is out now? Oh man, I should have got McDonald's tonight. Nah, Frosty. Even a vanilla Frosty's better than nothing. But then would a Shamrock Shake be better than either way, it's awesome. I can have it anyways. I spoil myself now on the weekends like this, but I can't have a lot of this stuff during the weekdays now, according to some of my rules here. Oh. You don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Yeah. But those shakes are damn good. Yeah. I mildly have a thing about holidays that if it's something like Christmas or birthdays or whatever, I tend to not celebrate some of that stuff too much because the kind of the forced and implied gift giving. Not so much, I mean, the commercialized aspect is annoying too to me, but the expectations that it puts on. Why didn't you get me a present? Bugs the hell out of me. And at some point, like 20 years ago, 25 years ago, I don't know, I just really stopped gift giving, and I don't know what it is. Like it just really turns me off that that there's expectations. So then the other holidays, I think that was just celebrations in general started falling by the wayside for holidays for me too. So yeah, so I for the longest time didn't give a shit about Valentine's Day either, because that to me was like the ultimate expectation holiday, that you were expected to get the person that you care about something that day. To me, if you love and you care about somebody, you're gonna get something for them because you care and you want to give them something. You don't have to have a day to schedule it. I don't schedule my love and affection. I have my love and affection for somebody, period. If there's a day where I felt like, you know, hey, I'm gonna get this thing for the person I care about. I know they're wanting it, and I'm capable of giving this thing, so I'm gonna get it. You know, I'm down for the random acts of gift giving like that, but gift giving that builds expectation just bugs the hell out of me. Before I met my last ex, I was really looking forward to going out with this gal I had met, and there was something about like the gift giving conversation we were having before we went out on our first date that came up, and then it led into the like realizing that this gal expected to be lavished, and I was just like, that's just not me. If you want that, that's what you want, and you find somebody that can provide that, cool. You know, that's the part I'm not judgmental on, but that's just not me. And I remembered she had just completely flipped out on me about it, and that was pretty easy for me to at that point go, gotcha, okay, tell you what, we're not gonna work out. So I canceled the date, which ultimately was super cool, because then I ended up meeting the last gal that I dated, who was 50 quadruple thousand times better for me. Much better and wonderful person to be in a relationship with. So that was one of those things where I'm kind of like, okay, it's interesting how one thing did lead to another in that scenario. Valentine's Day, Cupid was massive dick according to Greek mythology. Was the reasons. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Sorry, for me, it's just the basic commercialization that people do with a lot of that stuff, and the expectations of these two. These days, like, the basic premise to me is you're wanting a mystical creature to fire this magical arrow into, I guess, the heart of the person you care about, or maybe the other version is, you know, that they fire the arrow into you and you become love struck or whatever. To me, that's another case of forcing the situation where it's like, if someone's not into me, they're just not into me. So I'd rather just move on and find somebody that is interested in me. I don't know, just something about those kind of mythological approaches bug me, because it leads to excusing some of the actions of people. Oh, I only did that because Cupid had fired an arrow through me, so you must fall in love with me. And I'm like, no, if they just don't care about you, they don't like you, then they don't like you. Find somebody that does like you, you know, is my feelings on that. Oh, we're gonna have food and water. Celebrating a day for something like that is just wrong. Well, I mean, again, I just don't feel comfortable reading out what you wrote there. But reason I say is just like, I skip over all that aspect, because again, those are some of those things that whether or not something would be a true or origin of something like that, I do feel like people these days do tend to go for the commercialized version of it. Hey, we're celebrating this holiday. Yeah, but like you do know what this holiday represents. Oh, it's a holiday. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna get the barbecue out, and it's like, why not just get the barbecue out if you feel like barbecuing something and getting family together or friends together? Like, why do you need a holiday to make that a thing? Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, my food's here. Give me 30 seconds, you guys. Okay. Quick and easy, right? Let's see. Let's make sure we get this person a nice tip. It's quick, fast delivery. 10 minutes faster than estimated. There. Made $1 more than the original percentage was going to be. Okay, so what were we saying here? So Cupid didn't only have the golden arrows of love, but also the black arrows of disgust. In the mythology, he would use both on a pair of people, then revealed in or reveled in the misery of the one hit with the gold arrow. Okay, interesting. Since the one hit with the black arrow would hate the other person. Yeah, and I mean, it's just like it's random stuff like that people don't. Again, you go into the story aspect, then you go into the commercialized aspect, then you go into the you know the parts that people don't sit and think about. They just kind of do for the holiday. Again, it for me ultimately is just again the expectations. I loathe the expectations that that the holidays put on. Like True Morale just typed Hallmark holidays. Yeah. I want to celebrate something because this is the week that gift cards are on sale, you know? Or I don't want to celebrate something because a company told me to celebrate it. I want to celebrate it because I actually do want to celebrate it, you know? I think that comes back to like the Matrix and talking about choice, you know, the some of the storytelling aspects of choice versus fate and life decided for you. And I think that's I've told you guys before. We always bring up the Matrix. It's actually been a while though. But the aspects of whether or not there is fate or choice in our lives, you know, I do liken to the idea that I make the choice and that I'm not forced into living life according to somebody else's not rules, but by somebody else's script. You know. Happy Random Day, Casey Himes, NCIS is. I haven't watched NCIS, but is that what someone that character says on there? But yeah, Hallmark holidays. Yeah, most holidays created by Roman Catholic Church are twisted and are bastardized versions of pagan ones. You love studying the niche history, mythology. Hallmark holidays are stupid as F. Yeah. In 1940s, companies that came up with those ideas were only interested in money. Oh, they still are, right? You know. Well, companies in general are in place to make money. That's why a company is made. Company is made to make money. It's made to make their owners money, makes shareholders money, makes board members money, and employs people to earn a paycheck to earn money. You know, ultimately, that's what companies are, right? But yes, when you start pushing beyond, like, we've talked about it before on here too, but commercials with jingles and catchy things and things that try to get you to spend money because they use more of the color red or yellow in their color design. All that stuff early on in middle school really bugged the hell out of me. And I tell everybody this, but we had watched a video during one of those days where you get a couple classes together and the teachers can kind of take a break. And it talked about commercials and how commercials are, a manipulation tactic tool to get you to buy a product. And ultimately, like it's the same thing with it's something that I've had to think about recently. I'm not going to mention the products, but when I was briefly doing product stuff last year, that the only reason I would promote a product is if I had believed in it. And the ones I initially did, I did. I did enjoy their services. I have since discontinued because I've gone a different route, not because I didn't like them. But when a company or a brand takes it beyond that and they try to make it seem like you cannot live your life without our product, you must make sure that your bank account goes negative, but still ensure that you're paying our monthly fee or you're going out to the store to buy our product. When they kind of make it like that, that subconscious of a selling tactic, I get so turned off. The ultimate turn off for me is car salesmen. Absolutely cannot stand any time that I've gone into a car dealership, and I'm glad I haven't gone to one in over 10, 15 years. No, that's actually not true. I did go to one last year, and I immediately wanted to walk away. And I ultimately didn't come home with a car, so let's see. Back to chat here. True Morel, I'm taking Christmas and birthday presents to my granddaughter tomorrow. Sick with COVID just before those days. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. Doing it now is going to be a blast. Yeah, kind of like getting ahead of it and everything like that. There's a part of that I appreciate and I like. Yeah, I definitely don't want to put a damper on anybody that enjoys gift giving and planning and putting that stuff together. It just doesn't work for me. Okay, so Cody, what are we talking about here? Did you know that diamonds are actually the most common gemstone in the world, not the most rarest or precious? I didn't know that, but yeah, I've never been into diamonds. Yeah, like I've never been into that's another one I never comprehended, the desire to spend lots of money on something like that. Oh, Frosty. It's not a chocolate one, but that's all right. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I read. When you celebrate a holiday, you like to celebrate original versions. Okay. Quick question, Skynet. Do I launch the game with or without EAC? Oh, it's still EAC. Yeah, back certified. True Morale, I named our first new car after a toy that a commercial made. Wait, why am I having such difficulty reading right now? I named our first new car after a toy that a commercial made me want when I was a kid. Huh, okay. Cody, gonna jump in? Okay, cool. Yeah, was it still like, I think plenty of spots to build a base, do your thing. In my opinion, like, while a lot of people have come and gone on the server, you've seen it before. I can't remember if it's a 10K map or larger. But they had set aside a pretty good amount of map and build space. Trubrell, oh man, the car sales. Once I was looking at cars, a guy was so over the top, quote unquote friendly. Had to tell him that I have friends. What I need from you is the price of the car. I had a similar conversation go that route with a car salesperson. Yes, yeah, they were digging into more and more about me, and I'm just kind of like, yo, do I qualify for get this car or what? My credit's real crappy, and you guys say that credit doesn't matter. And at that point in time in my life, my credit still mattered. I didn't walk away with a car. Oh man, I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but I always get a kick out of that whole. Come to us, your credit doesn't matter, and it's like. Okay, let's do that. Got pizza, nice. Yeah, I usually do pizzas I have done pizzas on Saturdays, but I've been cutting back on that a little bit. Next week I'm gonna do another attempt at a homemade pizza. The last one I made was okay. For those that don't know, I've been learning to cook and bake and do a lot more things like that. And I originally worked for a pizza company, Godfather's Pizza, way back in the day. And so they already had their kind of preset dough that you just added water and put in the mixer, and it was all done. So that's restaurant style, and I could roll out the dough, put it into a pan and everything like that, according to their instructions and stuff. But making something like homemade pizza was never a thing I knew about. Same thing when I worked for Pizza Time. Briefly worked for that company, and I didn't get to learn how to really make dough at home, despite Pizza Time being the closest one to being able to teach me that, because you did the hand toss with Pizza Time. You sat there and you twirled it eventually. So in that case, 25 years later, while I've been learning how to cook all this stuff, I got that itch to do homemade pizza. So we did that last week, I think. I almost just fell right off there. So we did that last week, made the homemade pizza. And again, it was okay. It wasn't bad. I could have baked it a little bit longer. And it wasn't like doughy or raw or anything like that. It's still good. I just know that I could have cooked it longer. And then I got to start finding like kind of like better pepperoni, better cheese. Start finding out like what cup, white, eh, what what kind of mozzarella cheese and maybe some other cheeses if I wanted to add it in there that I want to do. What pepperoni or other toppings if I want to do that, and just try to tweak the dough recipe a little bit. I think. Yeah, the next batch I'm going to do, it's going to be less salted and less sodium kind of taste to the dough. And we'll see how that is ultimately. There wasn't really much in the recipe anyways. Was it like 2 teaspoons, maybe? Overall for like a dough, I feel like that's not much, but maybe that is. And no, I didn't do tablespoons instead of teaspoons. I did make sure it's been an important thing for me lately. But yeah, so I'll be doing that again this next weekend, not this weekend. Obviously, Saturday is almost over here. Okay, so what are you saying here, Cody? It is salami and jalapeno. Oh, I can't do the jalapeno, but I know a lot of people that love jalapeno. Goat cheese. Yeah, I also tried the goat cheese once. It was all right. Wasn't too bad. I might do one with goat cheese at some point down the road. Oh goodness. Wait, what's that, Cody? You're still in the town that was made a few months ago? What that I mean that was a different wipe server build. Or are you talking about, are you still talking about this this current map? And you had said low no salt pizza is hard as F to make from scratch. Yeah, that's why it's like I just want to try to tone it down a little bit though, because I could taste the sodium in it, which is funny because I like French fries and stuff like that with high sodium, but or high salt count. Even though I shouldn't. True Morel, ex-spouse made the tablespoons for teaspoons error with cough medicine and codeine. Oh boy. Fell asleep in a chair in the pantry looking for something to eat. Oh no. Wait, you're right, Cody? On the server, our town group, the small town we were building, yeah, that's like 2 wipes ago. This is a whole new server, two new maps later. The online map website shows it's still there though. Oh, your cache is still remembering as such. Was this the IP that you're going to for it, or resolves for it? Yeah, we've had 2 wipes since then. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. For some reason, your cache is still remembering it. Mine did the same as well. I had to clear cache. All right, just making sure that back wall is still filled in there. So funny. Trying to still do that with a little bit of the soul patch and beard growing out more. Love it. So, did I get the Dune 2 popcorn bucket? Have you guys seen those? For those that haven't seen it, it's basically the Dune sandworm and the teeth and everything like that. So you're basically supposed to reach your hand into the mouth of a sandworm to get your popcorn. And of course, that takes everybody off into other not appropriate for conversation directions. Yeah. So, but I think it'd be a fun little collector's item, I guess, just to say that I got it. Tremorell, you love the Dune books? Yeah, see, I never read the books by Frank Herbert, right? I'd always enjoyed. I never clamored to go back and watch it, but the Kyle MacLachlan, Paul Atreides, the Dune from the Dune movie from the 80s. What's that? Kyle MacLachlan, Sting, Patrick Stewart was in it. I forgot the actor that played Baron Harkonnen in that movie, but he was a slimy Weasley guy in quite a few other movies too. Sounds awesome. Oh, the popcorn bucket? Yeah. Yep, enjoyed the Dune movie with Sting. I still have that theme in my head like da 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 da, you know, the music and stuff like that. Still, after 30 years, it's still stuck in my head. I was sitting behind a woman who kept talking about how she didn't know what was going on through the whole movie. Oh, back when the first Dune movie came out? Yeah, not too long ago, I was going to try the sci-fi series that they did for Dune. That had James McAvoy in it. But I didn't get to it. And then once this this version was coming out from Denis Villeneuve, I was like, okay, we'll watch this one, and then maybe someday I'll get back to checking out the sci-fi series, Sci-Fi Channel series. Was never much into Dune. Was Star Trek, yeah. Star Trek always caught me. Star Wars, Stargate, The Last Starfighter. Yeah, I like the Dune has a little bit too much rich mythology for me, but it's just enough that I'm intrigued, and I like Denis Villeneuve's version of this new approach to making a movie out of it. I like the setup of Dune, the first Dune movie that he did, that we got a couple years back, and so now Dune 2 jumping into the I think the rest of that first story is going to be nice. And then from what I understand, if he does well with this one, they're going to do a third, which be another book, Dune Messiah, I think, something like that. But I mean, True Merle, you're probably more knowledgeable on that than I would be, if that was another one of the books, I think. So it'd be interesting to see if this is an opportunity to do more of the story. Yeah, I was definitely a big fan of Arrival, even though I didn't understand most of it. And that was Denis Villeneuve directing that. Freak out. Freaker, the animation on the personal shields were meh. You mean the 80s Dune movie or the newest one? I'm not too worried about the 80s version, you know, the blocky stuff. More recently I love the Riddick films. They weren't bad. I think that's another one where they got ahead of themselves. They have a really rich mythology built there too. Off of that simple Pitch Black movie. They built so much more off of that. But yeah, they could have done so much more with the Pitch Black Riddick stories. Stargate SG-1 was the shit. Yeah, I really enjoy. I have to finish Atlantis still, but yeah. Speaking of like Battlestar Galactica, Stargate Universe is the one I enjoy the most. But that one was another case of a little too bleak. And I think also had burned a lot. By the time they got to everybody working together, you know, they they canceled the show. They put them on course between two galaxies and put everybody in stasis. And I tried reading the comic, and I never finished the comic adaptation of what had happened after that last episode, what Eli had to do and everything like that. You know, it's hard for me to read an adaptation continuing a story like that. Like I much rather prefer that they just got like a TV movie or whatever to finish the story or something like that. The books pull you right in on all the world and the lore. Nice. Yeah, I meant to get it on audio, book on audio. I'm gonna watch Dune 2 and then I'll see about setting the time, because I'm trying to put aside time to at least do book on audio so I can take a step away from visual entertainment and stick, just do audio entertainment. Go on walks, trying to get out and get more exercise and everything like that, and not worry about looking down at my phone or looking at my computer screen or my projector. So Freaker, you were talking about the 80s version of the shield, the personal shields. I always laughed when those were turned on. Yeah. It was very 80s as the graphics and things started going into play. The whole blockiness of it was a very 80s thing, wasn't it? Agreed. Hated Universe's ending so much. Hate the cancellation. Yeah, I think I disliked the universe, Stargate Universe's ending because of cancellation. I would have been fine with that if season 3 they picked up on how they overcome the obstacle at the end of season 2. And Freaker, yeah, it is basically Dune Part 2, yeah. And Merrill says, I think Messiah was the 4th book, but it's been decades, so I can't be sure. Yeah, let me look, because that also is gonna bug me. Alright, so Dune, 1965. Dune Messiah, the second one, 1969. Children of Dune, 1976. God Emperor Dune, 1981. Heretics of Dune, 1984. Chapter House, Dune, 1985. There are other series of the Dune universe, including Legends of Dune, Schools of Dune, Prelude to Dune, Kaladin Trilogy, and Heroes of Dune. It cut off there, but I think it's trying to say the ones I read off initially were the 6 novels by Frank Herbert, so the others are probably by other authors. Excuse me. Good fast food, right? Audiobooks while doing housework. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just like it keeps you visually doing and working on other things, so. Oh. So many blocks. 400 blocks left on this stack of concrete. I should just turn around and look. Still have the first 3 books when it was a trilogy and could see them for where I'm sitting. There you go. Yeah, it's I mean, cool thing is the things that influence other things, Frank Herbert's Dune, and apologies, can't remember, but who did the Barsoom novels? John Carter. But yeah, you have like the John Carter stuff and the loose conversations once in a while, like when John Carter came out, with Taylor Kitsch playing John Carter. And them calling it John Carter, not calling it John Carter of Mars or anything like that. Like the marketing was kind of horrible for it, but when it came out, some of the conversation was like, you know, there's this thing's copying Star Wars, and I didn't understand that. But the other thing was like, well, the John Carter Barsoom stories were written way before Star Wars came out, and some of that is some of the influences that George Lucas liked was Frank Herbert's Dune, was the Barsoom novels, you know, then you go to filmmaking, you know, the Kira Kurosawa films, things of that nature, you know, were very influential for George Lucas early on, but George Lucas made something that got really popular and became a pop cultural zeitgeist, so that's where people think of something first, right? So it's always interesting to hear kind of those conversations where someone will say that, oh, they're just trying to copy Star Wars. It's like, actually, Star Wars pulls influence from the original novels of this thing. Yeah. I haven't really heard anybody say that about Dune yet, though. But I wouldn't have been surprised. I don't go to the comic book shops anymore, so I don't get into those debates with people. I never got into debates with people either. I just let them talk until I was fed up and walked out. Or not fed up. Until I just didn't have the energy, and I was like, all right, well, have a good one. One of the old comic shops I went to many, many years ago, not the last one I went to 8 years ago, or something like that. One of the old comic book shops I went to, the comic shop owner said that he appreciated a lot of the topics that I would bring up, because I would ask questions about some of the comic book series that I was not reading, but you know, like Marvel or DC had a side story that connected to another book, and I just didn't want to buy the multiple books. I just wanted to buy my book that I was interested in. I didn't want the connected stuff, you know, per se. And so I would always kind of like bring up like okay, so why is this character doing this? And the comic shop owner was pretty good and knowledgeable about some of that stuff. But inevitably there was always somebody in the shop that wanted to start arguing and debating the topics and stuff. So he had told me towards the end of my time going there, that he's like, I love it when you come in, and I love talking to you about this stuff, but you always walk away when the conversation turns into a debate, into a heated debate. It's like you always walk away, and I'm the one that's left here because it's my shop, and I can't leave. So I told him, well, you know, tell the person to get the F out. You know, but yeah, it's always something, because, you know, we're always so passionate in the fandoms of what we love, right? We always want to see more of what we love. We always get vested and interested in the things that we love, but sometimes those things clash with other people that subjectively experience it in a different way than us, and so sometimes we end up arguing and debating the semantics with one another. And me, I just get exhausted from it. So I'm just like, all right, well, I find my window, and I'm like, I'm out. How could you leave me? Easily, the door was right there. I just turned around and walked out. just about got this section. We'll get that wall there upgraded. Damn, it's 12, 15, 12, 12, 12, 12. I wish I was more in the mood last night so I could get a better jump start on this weekend's work on this, but friendly reminder, we'll be streaming all through next week. 2 days of Pal World and then the rest is 7 days to Die working on this. Yeah, we got about, what, 11 days till the end of the month, and the likelihood of this server wiping and restarting is in 11 days, so. Pal World is Monday and Wednesday. We'll check back in on that game. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Again, tomorrow I'm going to see Dune 2, so I will not cancel Thursday's stream for seeing Dune 2. If I want to see it again that soon, I'll get a ticket next Saturday and watch it Saturday before streaming on Saturday. I think. We'll see how it goes. I have a feeling I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it. You know, if I enjoyed the first one and structurally the way Denis Villeneuve does his movies, it just feels like it's going to be an inevitable and enjoyable experience. Same thing with Oppenheimer. I, for the most part, always enjoy Christopher Nolan films. So I knew going into Oppenheimer that I was going to enjoy it. I just didn't realize how much I was going to enjoy it. I ended up seeing it 4 times. Only did the Barbenheimer once, back to back. But I saw Barbie a couple more times too. It was pretty fun. Oh my god. 24 points to spend now, and I haven't really been focusing on spending points. We're not allowed to put any points into parkour, not until after the build's done. Puts the risk factor in falling and possibly leg break or death happening. Or sprain. We did sprain our ankle earlier. Oh, goodness. What's my stream info say? Doesn't have it there. Oh, there we go. Day 1587 is when we started. So it's been 5 days. It's been... so much concrete. And now the soothing sounds of blocks being upgraded. Momentarily disrupted by blocks not being able to be upgraded to steel. Like that. Okay. That... Okay. I think that's good. Good. We got a whole other wall here. But, yeah. I don't know if I'm worried about that right now. Upgrade all to steel? No, no, no. Concrete's enough. At least this part of the build. Okay. Skymarker, hey, how you doing? How have you been liking Pal World? It's been a while since a game's had the hooks at me that bad. Ticks the base building and monster collection boxes for me. Nice. I've been enjoying it. So much so that I'm still keeping it at least a couple days during the week while we're working on this big build here. In 7 days to die. What I'm looking forward to, like, the base building's decent, but could be better, and the pathing of the pals needs to be worked on. But ultimately, everything that I have on my list is stuff that I'm sure that they're gonna improve and enhance over the coming months. So, yeah, a lot of what I haven't dove into heavily. I'm just waiting for them to fix and update. Yeah, I'm hoping like sometime in the next year they get more building shapes and stuff. And if there's what I would love to with the base building is if they had more what do you call it? More intuitive, connective kind of things. Like if you're putting another wall piece up, not the building wall, but the defensive perimeter wall, like that. Those would instinctively know, okay, here's where we touch. And you could just rotate on a hinge, right? The next new piece. I would love to do that. That way the wall could be even with the other wall piece. And it's just all about aesthetics. There we go. 5 days. That ultimately it could be even with the other wall piece and what was I trying to say? Oh, and then, yeah, then you could shape it from there. And some of it could clip into the ground or, you know, because now when you try to place some stuff on the ground, it'll try to wobble or arc or not be evened up. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm really enjoying it. For me, one of the things that I'm hoping, yeah, again, I'm hoping that they work on the pathing of the pals. And I think like a little bit more evening out some of the combat system and the capture percentages and stuff. One fix that they already did was the lift monk statues, turning them in to get capture rate percentage increase. They fixed that, or it appears they fixed it. It seems like as I've worked on my capture rate, it does seem to be improving. So yeah, I think it's been pretty enjoyable. percentage rate fix already happened? Yeah. Yeah, we were live on stream playing Pal World when the patch came out, but obviously I was already playing it, so I couldn't upgrade the game because I still had it running. But yeah, I was very happy to read that night, and then some people watching also were happy to read that. Yeah, so it's little by little we'll see things like that happen. Ultimately, we'll see if that leads to everybody sticking with it. I see some long-termness in it. At first, I didn't. I thought it was just going to be a quick hype up, ramp down kind of scenario. But yeah, I'm starting to see like a lot more long-term aspects of it. Asmongold's already defeated everything, captured everything. So like for him, it's like, okay, I'm done. Meanwhile, it's like I'm still trying to get to the, you know, I still haven't done a lot of the winter or desert areas, so. Haven't maxed out a character yet. Okay. So your ultimate goal at the moment on my solo play, though, is to create the penguin castle from Super Mario in the Icelands. Nice. Yeah, I'll show you guys on Monday. I think I'll go ahead and I'll stream the Skynet Gamers server game that I'm playing. I kind of found a simple base design that I'm working on. That yeah, it's not like I have a method or plan. It's just like, I don't know. It just seems to be working for me. Except the downside is, again, it's like I had logged back in. And all my pals were depressed and wounded and everything like that when I logged in. So something happened while I was logged off. But otherwise, it's been pretty fun. Man, I wish that was a chocolate frosty. Vanilla's still good, but due to a bug, the pals have a habit of wandering off cliffs, yeah, and all sorts of other stuff, right? Like, one of the, is it Muzzarina, basically the cows? For whatever reason, stopped going to the farm, the grazing area, to produce milk, and was hell-bent on going outside of the perimeter of the base. And so I pick him up. You know, he didn't have any. Oh, we're done with another batch of concrete. I'd pick him up. He didn't have any negative effects. Everything like that was good. Oh, 40,000 blocks, you guys. Rock and roll. But yeah, he didn't have any negative effects or anything like that, and so I assigned him back to the farm. He grazed for a little bit. I think he produced one thing of milk. And then he left again. I'm like, son of a bitch. And so I took him out of the rotation. I put another one in. But yeah, I think I got up to a couple hundred milks now or something, just so I had those on standby. And then I'm gonna get honey going soon, and we'll start getting the cakes going, I think, to start doing some breeding later. Okay. I think they managed to patch that one. Strawberry for the win. Is there strawberry frosties? I only know chocolate and vanilla. Oh. Manually placed jobs is not working. Oh, wait. Manually placed jobs not working is fixed too. Okay. Good to know. Oh, man. Yes, that's why I need to start doing my steps now too. Go. It's like, where do we leave off? There we are. What chicken startled you? What's Cluck Norse poking his head through the door? I need him to patch that. All my luckies are the dumbest pals. Oh no. Yeah, it's funny, like the lucky chicken and then, or chickpea, and then, Gummoss boss. And what else? A couple others. I think Mossanda. Like, they're all just too large for the base. So they keep having some collision issues too. Yeah, once in a while it would spook me or someone else because the hitbox would register on your cursor, and so all of a sudden it'll show the hit points meter. You're like, wait, what? Take it off, Cody. But take care, man. Ooh. Good times. Only this stuff was good for you. Oh, so good. Oh, right at the edge. I'm on the edge of glory. Gotta watch out sometimes how far you're backing up. Walk right off the ledge. Oh, wait, so what's that, Cody? How good is Pal World stability settings? It's sluggish. My ping has been like 200 plus. I don't know how relative that is to Pal World's ping system, but there has been some sluggishness to it. Rubber banding, things of that nature, which makes the the capturing moments frustrating, obviously. But otherwise, been decent. Another thing I think, obviously, the devs need to work on is the multiplayer interaction aspect. You know, like seeing the list of players online, the chat is cutting out. I don't know if that's happening to other multiplayer games, but like you could only type so much and then the rest of your chat is cut off. But yeah, otherwise it's been decent. It's been okay. Oh, in Alabama, so probably be worse for me playing multiplayer. I always have some issues. Yeah, rubber banding has been issues since day one. Yeah. Yep, but yeah, not too bad. I've been, I think, technically this multiplayer server I've just been on for the last 4 days. I think something like that. Even when it's only 2-3 people in one game, yeah. That's ever the ongoing thing with these things, right? Is getting it all to work efficiently, smoothly, you know, enough for us to play and enjoy it, but not have too many problems. Easiest way to level. After you've already mined and done all the resources needed for getting this. Yeah, I wouldn't have this much resources if it wasn't for the official build group that helped me out with the beginnings of all this. Super awesome of those folks to work this together for us. Oh, that's where it was. Okay. Good stuffs. I just gotta remember I still got a burger. That's... Yeah, ultimately, upgrading all of this side of things, it's going to make it easier for us to do the front side, but really wish I had done this past week. Three, yep. I was trying to remember this time how many blocks out I made my little scaffolding there. Guess I'm committing to that. I was gonna wait on the actual neck part here so I could reshape it if I need to, but no. In the end, we could take blocks out, add new ones in where we need to. The whole block count thing is just to get a rough count anyways, so I'm not 100% worrying about the exact by the number. But if we get a good ballpark of the build, then that'll make me happy. I had estimated around 100,000 blocks or more. And for that, I feel like that's the core, the exterior, the front paws, everything that's going to cap off and top the back here. But when like we get into stuff like I don't know, furniture and decorative stuff or whatever, that's going to be separate. So 790, okay. Make sure my stacks are even. Creepy music time. Oh, that's funny. Out of wood. Well, out of wood that's on me. Plus the character's hungry and thirsty. Wow. And there we are. There, just so we could have a leap off point. There we go. Get the power cord out, Freaker. Anticipating the fall. Okay, so that at least again encompasses backside of that wall. Everything we do on the front now should like I could build out from it. I don't have to worry about blocks not being upgraded on the back side of it. I still have to take some blocks away when we work on the chest, but it'll be easier this way. quite go all the way down over here. Okay. Oh, man. Is it because I had something yummy that my body's now wanting to shut down for the night? It's just past midnight in the game, so it's not going to be morning for a little bit. 10 minutes. It's after midnight. After midnight. Gonna let it all hang out. We've had no new ammo use. We had talked about this, I think, last week, but it is kind of surprising, like, that there aren't more random zombies, at least just outside your build perimeter, right? That they don't spawn in as frequent as they do, like the first couple weeks, in-game weeks. You know, it's the land claim block thing is one thing, but I don't know. I feel like some of that could be worked on too. I don't know. It's like it's that catch-22. Like, you don't want zombies necessarily bothering you while you're building stuff. But at the same time, I actually kind of would like that interruption once in a while, you know, like wandering hordes and everything like that. I was checking earlier, but yeah, we got 5 people, including myself, on right now. So, you know, the percentage chance of getting a wandering horde is higher when there's less people on there. That the wandering horde's gonna come for you, but I don't know. I suspect I've walked this far away from my land claim, and we haven't seen a lumberjack, mountain lion, wolf, bear. And then, you know, like when you come through the winter biome on the first few weeks, in-game weeks of the, you know, of the game or the server. Yeah, there we go. But, you know, they're usually like kind of like everywhere, and it makes get through them a little bit more difficult, right? And he's stuck in place. Mountain lion cannot bite you if it doesn't have a head. Wolf. And back of the pack. Nice. What hat mod do I have on, or do I? Yeah, I already have a skull cap. What have we put points into? As far as like, yeah, machine gunners maxed out. I haven't done anything in archery. That's funny. Gunslinger. Dead eyes, the rifles, yeah. Demolitions expert. Why not? We could have fun one of the Horde nights before we close out. Penetrator will use those armor-piercing rounds and try to shoot through multiple zombies at once. I don't know why I'm looting things. We don't need it. Yep, there's a zombie. Dang it. The whole jump over things. I don't know if we ever heard an explanation as to why the zombies do that. But well, it is what it is. The loot bag. Where was he hiding that loot bag? Did we ever put... No magazine extender in this? Okay. That's right, because I opted for the silencer when I was putting all the mods on it. Caution. Build in progress. I do love seeing it load in. I just wish we could have it load in further out. For those that weren't here, for me mentioning it, the dynamic mesh is turned off on this server, so we'll have to ask pretty please when we want to do a video tour on this before it's wiped and shut down. That they turn the dynamic mesh on. see if they're willing to accommodate. Well, now the top of the hour here, you guys. I'm going to do another 3-minute break, but I feel my energy is winding down, so we'll see how I do for when I come back from my break. I'll put myself on top here, though, before we take the break. Again, it's nice to get some some good foods, but I do feel like that relaxed me a little too much. It's carbs. Piece of cake. All right, guys, give me 3 minutes, and I'll be right back.
It's Britney Spears!
Alright. We're back. I think it is going to be the last hour of stream, you guys. Tried getting up, stretching a little bit and whatnot, but I think the body knows when it's time to wind down. Oh, we didn't even get that wall either. So, Tuesday, I guess we're gonna have to come back and try this Tuesday. I think what will end up happening is we might trim the lower jaw down to this. So again, you still got plenty of space to come out here and, you know, look out the jaw, right? Might actually do like a half block. And depending on things, put yeah, teeth in. Oh. And we could work on what shapes we're gonna use for the teeth. Like we could do something like, oh, that might even be too big. We'll see. Copy shape. Copy shape. But yeah, if we end up doing something like that, shape. Again, it's the fun part about trying not to put too much weight on unsupported areas and have this whole thing blink away on us. For those that haven't seen the server, the blocks blink away instead of have their collapse animation, but either way, you know, the fact that it can happen at all. Half block does mean that we can walk over top of it, so we do have to be careful of that fact. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so what if I do go back to that? Okay, let's go. Ramp. Okay. Eventually this will be all steel as well. So we'll be likely trimming that steel, these 2 rows of steel up front and the sides, in favor of what we're doing here. Nice. I'm really hoping this works and it doesn't collapse. Ultimately, wood is lighter than the steel, but again, just thinking about like blocks holding onto blocks doesn't quite work the same way when you're trying to at least put out the... What am I trying to say? You're trying to put the basic design in, and then you'll upgrade to steel, or at least come back and replace it with steel later. But if wood isn't able to hold itself out as far... Okay, how that got up there? If wood's not able to hold itself out as far, then the concern there is, of course, that you can't 100% make the preliminary thing you're trying to do. But so far, start to see some discoloration there. Okay. Oops, that's not it. There. Okay, then shape, copy rotation, Wow, okay. Let's do quick travel down to the paw, teleport to home 3. And of course we can't technically see it from here, but again, we're gonna trim that other piece, and we've got to be able to curve the neck down, things of that nature. But yeah, I think it's a good start. Okay. We'll pull the from upper mouth to lower mouth, the inside the side of the mouth. We're gonna pull that in a couple blocks. Yeah, at least 2 blocks worth. Okay. And the part that is, I guess, the flat part of the neck, we'll make where the jaw line is. Yeah. And again, the head might not stick out as far as it is like seeing in this image behind my head, but at the very least, yeah, again, we get a good majority of what this whole thing looks like by doing so, by getting to this design. Oh wait. Yeah, let's go up to this spot. See, at least now, Cluck Norris looks small. Okay. Let's just do for now a basic shape. I want to see how this looks from down below. Totally forgot I removed blocks there. That's why that leg break counter is there. Let alone, I don't know, this fall would have come close to hurting us pretty good. Oh, oops. And we had talked about before, if we did want to fudge things a little bit, we could do something like a steel pole. To try to extend out a little bit more from the wall there. Dean, how you doing? Thank you so much. It's getting there. Taking some work, but it's getting there. How you been? How's your weekend? Yeah, if only steel could hold twice as much as what it actually does. We would definitely be able to get the neck out further. Good, just glad to have a few days off. I hear you there. I'm hoping that's what this weekend is for me, but I think I gotta I gotta do something in the morning for work, but then be back to trying to relax tomorrow. Try. Do or do not. Air still try. Oh. Yeah, I probably could have gone further back before starting the upper arms, and I probably could have built this another 10 more blocks higher. But I'm pretty grateful about what we've been able to get done. And ultimately, yeah, when we finish this up, I'm gonna be reasonably happy with what I've been able to work. Oh, did I not? No, there's the door right there. Thought I was being smart. SMRT. Not even a door, it's just a opening. Oh. Let's go over here real quick. Haven't posted on the Skynet servers images in a while. F7. There we go. Screenshot. F7. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Oop. Yeah. Back to what's that? OBS there. Back to the game. Back to the game. To the game. Stuff like this is all filled in. That's all filled in. Oh, I got a couple blocks up here. We never finished. Interesting. all that so I don't have to run all the way back up and get up here. Actually, let's fill that in now. Okay. It's all these little miscellaneous areas too now that I haven't quite finished. But I think some of that starts getting into touch-ups and finalization. You know, not 100% worried about some of it. Not right now, at least. Okay. That's just an access point. I have to be careful and not upgrade some of the blocks I'm using as scaffolding and access points. Alright, that connects to that. Okay. Things like this will be filled in too when I'm done with the build. It's just a way for me to get out, get back in, things of that nature. All these little temporary scaffoldings that I've made. This will be interesting to get out of. We'll make it work. Yeah. We'll try it this way.
Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against
Welcome,
Zor
recruit.
and the Kodan Armada. Get ready. Prepare for blast off.
Brando the Mando. How you been? Thanks for that follow. Another notch closer to my 5,000 follower goal. Appreciate you for it. This is the way. Dang it. Oh man, I wish I was a musician so I could do that better for you guys. Okay, so let's help us build back up. Ooh, sorry. This whole time I'm thinking about the 80s Dune movie. Was it Virginia Madsen? No. No, I'm thinking someone else. Viking Spawn. I never had this much trouble modding a game before. Why can't other devs make modding as easy as the Fun Pips have done? Which one are you modding? Oh, man. Okay, I was thinking of someone different. Interesting. Gadav? What? I'm not familiar with that. Ah! Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm sorry, man. Now you really know I'm getting tired, huh? Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I actually don't... I just realized I don't think too much about game modding. I don't do it, but I don't think about the premise of it outside of 7 Days to Die and maybe a couple other games, but... I don't know why I wouldn't think of it for something like Grand Theft Auto. Uh, it's been around since PS3. Now it's on PS5. Nice. Yeah, I haven't tried any of them. Looks kind of fun, but I don't know. I don't know. All right. Oh, that's right. Okay. In order to connect to that, I have to fill in. Okay. I was worried that this had collapsed to it or something. I was just thinking the other day, I was having a blast with Payday 2 when that came out. And I even got the, was it the John Wick expansion that they had? And reason I'm bringing that up when you bring up Grand Theft Auto is I think about the heist aspect of it, you know, like the fact that you're doing things like that in the game. There we go. That way this matches the other side. For once, Cluck Norris is blocking the pathway here. God, psychs me out every time I think that those doors aren't there. And it's just because they don't have a correct load distance with everything else. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I'm definitely shutting down. I probably should have had that Wendy's sooner, but I had chicken teriyaki before the start of stream, so I definitely had some food in me, but I wanted just a little bit more. Alright, so then we would enter the mouth of the ThunderCats lair. And we would have our view. Trying to think of if I don't probably don't want to remove the back ones here. So at least take off the front row though. Ah, it's heartbreaking. Little bit of method to my madness right now. Might be alright, but systematically taking these out so that should be fine. Should. Here's hoping this works. Basically, I'm trying to make sure that there's not some sort of odd configuration of weight hanging off of just one, like one block section that somehow makes it unstable. There we go. See? That blinked away. So then this should be good, and only the 1, 2, 3, 4 there should blink away. There. Okay. So then, yeah, then we'll decide, like, how far back we want to trim this. Probably just... Oh, right, I was going to bring this part in 2 blocks. And then if we could pull it off... Ooh, it's yellow. If we can pull it off, we'll want the top here to be out at least 1 more block. Good enough for now. But we're going to have to solve that Tuesday. As I say, for now, it looks like a duck versus a ThunderCats face, but it's the core structure, and I'm happy we're working on it. So that part at least makes me really happy. All right. I'm not going to make it to the top of the hour. Guys, I got to go ahead and wrap it up. Big thanks to everybody coming out for Saturday stream and patiently waiting for me to get another stream going. Truly, truly appreciate it. A little bit part of my outro. I hadn't written down what I was going to say for the most part, but to give you guys a heads up again, I'm still kind of working on what the hell I'm going to be doing with streaming and content creation. I'm still trying to kind of figure things out here. We're hitting the 6-year anniversary in March 15th for my Twitch streaming. We just hit the 6-year anniversary for 7 Days to Die for me. So February 15th, March 15th. So we're at that kind of stage now. We're 6 years into this. And where I'm at with my life personally, that I need to step things up a little bit. And I need to start earning more revenue and everything like that with my streaming and my content creation. So by doing so, I need to shake some things up, change some things where I need to, and modify and update whatever I'm going to need to make this start increasing here. And I won't specifically go into like this kind of town talk version of things very much after this. We're just going to kind of do it. I put out a lot of feelers and solicited for feedback. I got none really from much of anybody. So at this point, I'm just going to do things and throw some spaghetti against the wall here or there and try to see what works. One of the things that is going to work is after we're done with the ThunderCats layer and we get this build finished, there's going to be a reduction of live stream and an increase of recorded video content. And till such point where doing the live stream becomes a lot more viable and sustainable for me to do on a more often, more reoccurring basis. Most likely I'll probably, after the ThunderCats layer is built and we finish this project, I'll most likely be reducing to 4 days a week for live streams. And again, that's in favor of getting the recorded stuff done on YouTube. And we're going to continue to start building there as well. That is most likely going to be most of this year that we're going to be working on increasing views on YouTube and try to work that out as a much more viable side of things as well. The GSP 5K campaign as well. The premise, the same basic premise is there, that I'm trying to find basically 5,000 people that are willing to support my stuff. And I've been saying it for most of this past 6 years, and a lot of times I get crickets or people not even understanding what the hell that's all about. But big part of that is because I actually don't go into the details about it. Basically, it's in my mind, it's easy to do a basic calculation of numbers of finding 5,000 people in a world with 8 billion that are willing to support my work for what I now label as $5 or more a month. It's never going to be a requirement. It's never going to be something that I want to pressure people into, but it's going to be one of those things that I'm going to try to build and sustain going forward. Being able to find 5,000 people that are willing to contribute on that level or in some capacity towards that level, basically puts me into a point where I could consider leaving my day job and then possibly doing something like this for the rest of my days. Not just streaming video games, but talking about movies, about TV shows, putting out content. Obviously there are a great many people that are also doing the same thing. So the idea here is trying to find a way that I could do it, that I enjoy, that 5,000 of you out there will also enjoy. I'd say right now 20 to 30 people at most is my good core group, returning people or people that trade off with one another, coming in, checking out my stuff. So you can imagine 20 to 30 people out of 5,000. That's a long ways to go. But it's a goal to shoot towards, something to work hard towards. And so part of what I need to do now is I need to find out, again, what works for me, but that also works for 5,000 of you in this world. So I'm going to continue to try to press for that as best as I can. I need to get through this year with some family things. I need to get through next year with some family things. Again, part of it is my kids getting out and on their own. And then once that is done, I'll be able to kind of jump in both feet first and tackle some of these things I want to do. But in the meantime, I could get some real good head start on some of these projects, these things that are going to kind of build a core behind what it is I'm trying to do here. So appreciate everybody coming out and checking things out tonight. Truly enjoying finishing up this build. I do hope we can build it in time, because this is the last time I'm done. It's imperative and important for me to get this to a completion point, so I could just say done. And I think we're getting there. Again, we just need this next week to try to do it, and we'll see how it goes. Again, it's the 18th of February. Chances are we've got 11 more days in the month. Chances are the server owners will be wiping and restarting the server in March. So I think it is best that we hurry the F up and get this done. So we'll keep working on it this next Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday and Wednesday. That'll be our break from it. And we'll be back to playing some Pal World. Pal World, I'll be on the Skynet Gamers it becomes a Cadence, not their Midgard server, but their the Skynet Gamers Pal World server for tomorrow, and then we'll see how my solo game is doing too, which one I want to put some focus and attention into. So I thank you all for coming out tonight. Last but not least, as always, I like to thank the lurkers, people that come in and don't chat. No obligation to do so when you come to my streams. Come on in, hang out, and try to relax and have a good evening. But if you're not chatting because you don't have a topic of conversation, as always, I love talking about comic books, TV shows, movies, and of course, whatever it is I'm streaming at the time. So I thank you all for coming out tonight. As always, we'll see you on the next adventure. Bye-bye.